Okay. Whew. All right. Yes. And then who's? Oh. Oh, Mr. Habib isn't going to be here for an hour. Okay. Very good. All right. Where's Miss Charles? There she is. We're about ready to begin. Good evening. Welcome to the Leon Valley City Council meeting. We're so glad so many of you could join us this evening. Welcome to the people who are also streaming live. We welcome you to our meeting. Today's Tuesday, December 17th, 2019. All counselors are present, and we do have a quorum. And it's with great honor and pleasure this evening, I'd like to introduce James Hampton. He's a senior at Warren High School, and he's working on his Eagle Scout badge. And he belongs to, or he's associated with Troop 228. And Mr. Hampton, could you come forward, please? And he is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And then he is working on a badge. Can you tell us which badge? There's the podium right there. Can you tell us which badge you're working on? And again, we're so glad you're here this evening. And please stand.
Tonight I am working on my citizenship in the community merit badge.
Okay. Great. Well, good luck on your obtaining the Eagle Scout Award. I know you'll get there. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Hampton. Okay, before we begin tonight, just a few guidelines. Please silence your cell phones. And if you need to say something to your neighbor, if you could please just step outside in the foyers just so we don't disturb the people around you. Please be civil and respectful to one another. If there's any outbursts, we'll need to ask you to please remove yourself. Please come to the podium whenever you want to say something. Citizens are able to speak at each agenda item. If you'll please come to the podium, we are recording the meeting this evening. And we have 3 minutes for citizens to be heard, or if we need a little extra time, it's at the discretion of the chair. I think that's it. So, all righty. Let me move then to presentations. Agenda item number 2. Number 1, presentation of the monthly financial report ending November 30th, 2019. We have Vicki Wallace, our finance officer, director, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Mm-hmm.
This would be the financial report for November, and there's not a whole lot of activity. If you see sales tax, if you remember, what we receive in October and November is accrued back because October is for August and November is for September. So since this is for November, you will not see any sales tax until the December report. So everything is tracking as it should. There is not a whole lot to report here, all the expenditures, revenues. If you see the miscellaneous compared to what it was last year, again, that's the $79,000 that we received for the EDC for the litigation.
Okay, that's that 383. Okay, all right.
Well, the $79,000 that we got back.
Right.
So we stuck it over there. So year end, we'll make sure it rolls into the fund balance.
Okay.
For that fund. For the water and sewer, again, there's not a whole lot to track with this either or to talk about. Basically, it's half of October and then November. That's all the billing that it is. And so there's nothing that I would look at and say, oh, there's a problem there. For the community center, you will not see any hotel tax because it's paid on a quarterly basis. So the next quarterly payment that we have due for hotel tax would be they have till the end of January, would be for the end of December. So we won't see it probably show up until your February report. Rentals, are down from what they were last year, if you look at what happened in 19. Again, and expenditures are tracking where they should be. It should be at 16.7, we're at 8.5. For the economic development, again, no sales tax. You won't see it until the next report, the same as the other.
Even though we get it on a monthly basis, we wouldn't track
No,
that?
December is the first one that actually belongs in this fiscal year.
Okay, all
So
right.
you will see that. So since this is for November, you will see it show up in December, and you won't see it till next month.
Okay. Now, we do have a reserve fund. I had sent you some questions because I
Yes.
was trying to get
You
more
do?
efficient on our time tonight. So if you would, maybe at the next financial report, show the reserve.
It's about, you wanted to know basically what it was going to be, or what we thought it was going to be after the 2 budget adjustments that are going to be approved tonight. It's going to be about 190,000 left. That does not include the 79. What I do is I look at the last fiscal year close, and it's still considered unaudited because I haven't even received the draft. But basically, if everything falls into place like it should, with the 2 budget adjustment, it'd be about 190,000, and then of course whatever rolls, that 79,000 will roll into it, and so forth.
So 179 plus the, and I think we had
79, 190 plus that 79.
plus the 79. Okay. Plus I think we have some other monies coming out of it on
We
other.
will, so
yeah,
basically what I
exactly.
looked at,
Okay.
I look at is whatever the
Make it
fund
a note.
balance is as of the end of the fiscal year, 9/30/19, and took off those 2 budget adjustments. That's all I
Okay.
did.
Very good.
And that's about 190,000.
Okay, very good.
Red light camera. Really?
Oops.
Okay, so for red light cameras, if you can see, we're at 361. We only have 2 months in there. We're at 29,895. Are mostly the only expenditures in there that you're looking at is basically personnel expenditures right now. The impound lot, we're at 22,790. We had the auction, so now we're at 34,164, and I think, Joe, they'll probably have 2 more auctions for the year. And once we get the CAFR, then where you see where it says actual, all
Right.
those numbers will be filled in.
Okay, I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, once we get the CAFR and those numbers, we have finalized those numbers, then that'll be put in.
All right, very good. Any questions for Ms. Wallace this evening on the financial report from the councils or anyone in our chambers? Okay, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Have a good evening and stay warm. It's supposed to get down to 29 tonight. Oh, okay. Moving then to agenda item number 2, presentations, discussion and possible action on the Leon Valley Historical Society public-private partnership. And we have Ms. Kinsler here this evening to present. Thank you and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. We should go then. There we go. Just wanted to discuss the public-public partnership is actually what it is between the City of Leon Valley and the Leon Valley Historical Society. We actually started out with an MOU, and the intent was to form a partnership with the Historical Society so that together we could work on the restoration and the eventual opening of the museum and the Homestead stagecoach stop. The purpose of this evening's presentation is just to give you an update on the progress and discuss recommendations. The background on the Historical Society property: the Onion House is a 2-story structure along Bandera Road that dates to the 1850s. It is listed in the National Register of Historic Places, and it is also a Texas landmark. The Leon Valley Historical Society, which owns and manages the property, is a 501c3 nonprofit organization. A little background on your public-public partnership. The first, and everybody's calling it a public-private partnership. The reason it's actually a public-public is because it's a 501c3. So the first meeting was to discuss the possibility of a partnership, was August 29th of 2015. This was open to the public. I think this one was at the fire department in the training room. The master plan presentation was given by the Leon Valley Historical Society, and there was some initial feelers out there to gauge the public response, which was very positive. Second meeting was held a few months later, November 7th of the same year, and was open to the public. The survey was given, and the majority of the respondents supported the same concept between the city and the Historical Society. It was vetted a third time during the town hall meeting in January of 2016. A survey was given. The majority of the respondents supported the same thing. And then finally, in a March meeting of 2016, the MOU was presented to the council and was ultimately approved. So what I'm going to go through real quick is just the roles and the responsibilities of the partnership agreement. Mayor Riley actually had, I think it was Sandra, send this to Kathy Hill early. So they actually sent a response in, and I went ahead and made that part of your packet so that you could read it. So it's with your stuff. So as far as the Historical Society goes, they are supposed to, back from the 2016 MOU, they were supposed to compile funding sources, and I have this as partially complete. Apply for restoration funding. I have it as partially complete. The City of Leon Valley actually applied for a Texas Park and Wildlife funding on behalf of the Historical Society, but it was the grant was awarded elsewhere. The City of Leon Valley awarded the Historical Society funds also for the tricentennial celebration. Part of these funds were utilized for flooring and the electrical conduit, so therefore that could be considered restoration funding. Another item that we were supposed to do is work in conjunction with the Leon Valley Economic Development Board and the Northwest Chamber of Commerce to spur economic development. And I have that as partially complete. In their answer, let's see, am I on C? In their answer, they talk about that no longer exists, the ED board. It doesn't exist, but the EDCD, of course, does, and they're the ones who approved the funding for the tricentennial celebration. To work in conjunction with the Northside Independent School District to develop curriculum and tour packages for local students. I just have it as ongoing. I think they have it as ongoing as well. There's not a lot you can do with the curriculum because it's not ready yet. Staff the potential museum with the volunteer staff on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. That's incomplete. It's not ready for them to do that yet. The City of Leon Valley, our part of the MOU was to assist the project through the use of the 36-acre natural area. That's in progress. As you know, what the project that Melinda's department is doing through the Corps right now would certainly count as part of that. The Bandera Road work group that we are part of right now is already aware that we want the designated parking area for the museum, and so we'll make sure that that conversation continues, but both of those are really in progress. Maintain the grounds, the city does that. Work in conjunction with TxDOT to facilitate that curb cut for an entrance during the 2016 calendar year. That absolutely didn't happen. It's in progress because we're working with the Bandera Road work group to do that. And then present a budget request to the Leon Valley City Council for consideration of matching funds, if necessary, for the project on future grant applications. This is actually incomplete because no grant application has been submitted yet, which has asked for matching funds of any kind. If you recall, there was actually a request from the Historical Society for city funds to pay for a consultant that would actually determine whether or not, how much money they were able to bring in or raise. But the city attorney at the time gave the opinion that that was not a public purpose. And so that did not get funded. So the fiscal impact that this MOU or partnership has to the City of Leon Valley is staff service for the building and grounds maintenance. This requires two staff members at about $20 an hour for approximately 4 hours as needed. Obviously, we do it a lot more in warmer season than we do in the winter. Possible match funds for grant submissions if approved by the council. There have been no grant fund submissions to come to you to say, we have submitted a grant to this historical preservation and we need 10% match. either in the form of cash or in the form of in-kind. We haven't received anything like that yet. Staff time working, but that would be a fiscal impact if they were to come to us with that. Staff time working on project with the Historical Society and TxDOT. The Historical Society has not worked with TxDOT as of yet, but we have just recently assigned somebody to the Bandera Road Working Group, as I understand. I don't even know who that person is that got assigned. Do you, Mayor?
Kathy Hill, she's been going to the meetings.
Okay, I
Two of
haven't
them.
seen her, so I didn't know
Yeah,
who it was,
it's-
so I didn't know who to say. Okay, great.
They're a part of the planning meeting. You
Okay,
know, we
not
have
the
so,
big
no,
meetings.
we have
Okay.
so many different little categories that
Got
but
it.
she's with the planning and she's
Okay.
been to those meetings and I
Okay,
have
and
too.
that's in the information from the
Right,
Historical Society,
exactly.
just so you all have it. Staff worked with TxDOT and the city engineer to investigate construction of a driveway approach. No action was taken due to the estimated cost because it was over $50,000. C statement is pretty obvious. The education of our citizens on the history of Leon Valley affects everyone, and it's important to, keep that thing alive. If the project is ever developed and tours are available on a regular basis, it could be a tourist attraction for the city. The preservation of the building is important. It's vital for future generations to understand how pioneers respected the environment with regards to environmentally friendly life practices. Oops, sorry. So I don't have a recommendation at this time. My concern is that the MOU has expired and the city is continuing to maintain the property and the grounds, and that's inappropriate without an MOU. So we need to just get that fixed. That's my big concern right now. And I didn't know what other concerns the council had or anything that you wanted to see adjusted or amended in a new MOU, or if maybe there was something the Historical Society might like adjusted or amended. We just need to fix it because Public Works shouldn't be over there working right now with an expired MOU.
Okay, very
Okay.
good. Let's see, Ms. Hill, would you like to add something to this presentation before we ask the questions from the council? Thank you. Good evening and welcome. And Kathy Hill is the president of the Historical Society.
Yes, I am as of November of this year. So thank you very much, and thank you for bringing this up and bringing this to council. The MOU has been a tremendous asset to the Leon Valley Historical Society since it was originally signed. Monica, Ms. Alcacer, I'm sorry, I'm laughing because you're behind the poinsettia, but I see you back there. So okay. So this has been very, very vital and important to us to be able to show that we have a working relationship with the city and that we're working on something that's beneficial for all of the citizens. And so we would very much like to see that we are able to renew or just draft a new MOU to move forward. It has given us a chance to kind of move forward on some things that we hadn't been able to do in the past. And so we did spend a lot of time in the beginning looking at how we might fund a capital campaign, and the city attorney at that time was not able to find that our project would be in the public interest, that spending the money in that way would help. And so that has been a stumbling block for us. What it means, instead of being able to launch and pay for a full capital campaign all at once and do the project kind of all at once, we're doing it piecemeal right now. So project by project. It's more expensive to do that way, it that way. But we have been able to, for example, put in the subflooring in the living room of the homestead and go ahead and lay all the conduit for the electrical. Our next step is to do either the dining room or the kitchen. And so we've got a grant request in to help us with that. So if there are other opportunities that we can come to the city with, we do have some projects then that we can certainly submit to you for your consideration with funding. But more importantly, just having a framework for us to work together that shows that that we do have this mutual interest and that we are moving forward and that we do have a way to work together. It helps us, for example, with the 5K, that we're able to participate in the 4th of July 5K. It helps us you just really, kind of for anything that we want to do with the city to be able to to have a framework with you, and then also as we move forward with funders, to be able to show funders that we have a framework with the city for working with the city. That's vital. So we would just ask for your consideration and hope that we can continue working forward with you.
You bet. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Any questions for Ms. Kinsler or Ms. Hill this evening on the MOU? I just wanted to know I'd like to see this continued, and how would we go about drafting a new one and working together on that so that the council can consider this continued relationship.
Mayor, Council, I'd be happy to draft a new memo. I think that the memo, the one thing that I've noticed more than anything is you can't come to the city for funding for an event. We can, for an economic development event, and they did, and it was very successful. But the city can't fund the restrooms, for instance. And so they have to go out, find a grant, show that they're a partner with the city, and then the city either provides an in-kind match for the grant, or the EDCD could suggest a cash match for the grant if we could show an economic development purpose. And so I just think that Memo U probably needs to be reworded a little bit, because in these 3 or 4 years we haven't had any of those grants come to us, and it's expired now. So my only suggestion would be just to reword it so that it's set up for both sides to be more successful.
Beth, couldn't agree with you more. So, anyone else? Question? Oh, thank you.
I said, I'm glad you said that, because I was getting ready to say, if you were looking at redoing the MOU, it should consider the not using taxpayers' money and looking for other funding sources. But it sounds like what you just said would resolve that. And I think Ms. Hill, just the memorandum of understanding with the city is helpful, and continuing to take care of the property is helpful, and anything else we can do in kind would be helpful. And of course the EDCD, that one would, any funds from there would be helpful.
Right. And they have helped, and it was the EDCD grant that helped with the flooring and the conduits. But I'm just waiting for that big one. I just want that big grant for them so that we can help with that, because that would be, get some substantial completion. As Ms. Hill says, getting one little piece done at a time is not very efficient, and it's not cost savings for them. There's no cost savings in it for them.
Okay, very good. Yes. Councilor Alcacer, I'm sorry.
I commend Ms. Hill. She is a go-getter, so I'm expecting things to be different, and she has a zillion contacts. If anybody doesn't know, she's able. If anybody can do it, she can.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
So do we need to have a motion to
No.
continue this?
This
MOU,
is
or
just a
general
presentation.
consensus? Okay.
I'm just kind of looking for a consensus, and then what I'll do is I'll submit a revised MOU, and if I see some head shaking up here, I'll probably just put it on the consent agenda if Kathy's happy with it, so we can just keep moving. Is that all right with you? Absolutely. Okay. So,
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you.
Take care. Agenda item number 2.3, Citizens Police Advisory Committee 2019 Annual Report. We have Karen Seifert, the chair of the Citizens Police Advisory Committee, here this evening to present. Good evening, Karen, and welcome.
Will this be on the website so people can see it?
Yes, it should
the
be.
presentation itself? Okay. So if I just hit the page, because a lot of this is a little bit of a review from what we started. I am Karen Seifert. Thank you for letting us give this presentation. I am the chairperson for the Citizens Police Advisory Committee. I'll turn the lights down. I haven't looked at the little thing here yet. Okay, thank you. Oh, too far. All right. Basically, I'm going to give you a quick history, who the members are, the purpose, and a year in review. Boy, this thing goes fast, doesn't it? Okay. Right. All right. There. The committee was The committee was created in 2016 when we had a town hall meeting where folks were concerned about our police presence. Our first meeting was October 2017. We can have up to 23 members, and this year we have added the place for 2 of the apartment complexes to have representatives, as well as representatives from each of the subdivisions in Leon Valley. I've missed one. Do me a favor. Thank you. Our charge is to serve as a liaison between the police department and the community. The committee serves as an advocate for programs, ideas, and methods to improve the relationship between the city and the community and to enhance the quality of life in our community. We don't have any independent authority, but work in conjunction with the police department. Our mission is to work in partnership to assure that it maintains the highest standards of integrity. Furthermore, is to assist in the quality of life through the delivery of professional, superior, and compassionate police services to the community. Finally, the committee should apply knowledge, skills, and resources to foster an environment where people can live safely and without fear. Furthermore, it was designed to assist making recommendations that will enhance the quality of life through the delivery of service. Our mission is accomplished through the framework of the following values: accountability, protection, prevention, commitment, compassion, and achievement. Our objective is to advise and assist the police department through the engagement of interaction with its citizens, through friendly community police initiatives, and in preserving the peace in a manner consistent with the freedoms secured by the Constitution. In doing so, the role of the police department is to enforce the law as in a fair and impartial manner, recognizing both the statutes and judicial limitations of law enforcement authority and the constitutional rights of all persons. The duties and responsibilities are to create a dialogue and explore the perceptions of the police department and the community concerning the interrelationship with each other regarding public safety issues within the community, receive information concerning the police department program and operations, and assist in developing new programs that will increase public safety activities. Then we also assist the police department in assessing their effectiveness in department programs, provide input to the police department regarding service needs in the community, assist the police department in assessing the effectiveness of department or operations, and identifying gaps in services in or around their communication. Our purpose is also to enhance the community understanding of the capabilities of the police department in providing services to the community, identifying potential police community partnerships to address public safety related issues within the community, identify community resources and support for public safety activities, and give input concerning perceived effectiveness, and provide input on assisting community police initiatives to enhance awareness. Our CPAC members are listed, and as you can see, it's from all of the subdivisions, and the time frame where we are going to, our term is expired. And go to the next one. We still have some openings, so if anyone is interested, we can always use some openings from these subdivisions. Our year in review starts here. We proposed 3 new cameras to the council for the red light camera, or the traffic camera program. One was for Hebner at the westbound at Evers, Hebner eastbound at Evers, and Grissom westbound at Shadow Mist. Then there are 8 new police officers. Oh, this is what the program has brought. We have 8 new police officers with cars and equipment. Flashing crosswalk systems have been approved at Evers and Grass Valley, Hebner in front of the library of the elementary school, and Hebner at Balky, so that the high school students can cross safely. Flashing stop signs throughout the neighborhoods, and I'm sure some of you have noticed those. New traffic lights at Wurzbach and Exchange Parkway. New traffic lights at Hebner and Evers, and a new ambulance for the fire department. basically, this is a chart of the issuance rates of basically tickets or events. And what you see is that there are about 30% of citations, no, of all the events that are caught on camera, about 30% of those are never cited. So about 30% of the people that come through the system, because we have an officer looking at each event, about 30% of those are just thrown out because they're not valid. And so any of the citations that go out are actually viewed so that they're reasonable. I thought this was real interesting. The impact of the cameras, not only on people slowing down, fewer accidents and that sort of thing, are because we have more officers because of the funds from the red light cameras to put officers specifically into traffic, frees up other officers to go into back into the into our city. So our burglary rehabilitation is down 7%. Burglary of vehicles is down 45%. Burglary of buildings is down 41%. Robbery is down 70%. Graffiti is down 45%. Vehicle theft is down 28%. Overall crimes against persons is down 4%. Overall crimes against property is 13% down. Overall crimes against society is 33% down. And then our arrests are up 8%, citations are up by 20%, and warnings are up by 52%, which kind of explains that our police department really is into helping people know what laws are, rather than giving tickets all the time. They will want them to help. Our year in review also includes the lock your car, take your keys, and hide your belongings. Those signs are all out throughout the city. And next one. Then we also have the neighborhood watch signs, and we have neighborhood watch organizations that have been formed in El Verde, Hodges and Althea, Shadow Mist, Grass Valley, Linkwood, and the Ridge, and Forest Oaks, where we meet with citizens in the community and an officer or two or three and have presentations as to how to keep ourselves aware and safe and know what's exactly happening in our community so that we can take better care of ourselves and each other. We do have neighborhood assignments of an officer that basically it's an officer that we have access to that we can call if we have a concern. If they're not on duty, they pass it on to whoever's on duty, but it's kind of our touch point. So I think we've got 2 slides of that. And then our citizens' concerns, we at each of our meetings, we bring up citizens' concerns that are given to us by our own community areas. We brought in 164 issues, and a number of them had to do with junk vehicles, illegal dumping, criminal activity, neighborhood nuisance locations, business nuisance locations, and code compliance and animal control. We recommended ordinances about the hotel and motel logs, hands-free cell phones, city and faculty security, city facility security, animal ordinances, and scooters. And I believe all of the ordinances adjustments that we suggested were unanimously approved by the council, which we appreciate. But we did a lot of research. Okay. Next. There were a lot of community events, and of course our committee is to help our community and our police force work together. So all of these are in pictures later, so I'll just let you read through those. There are a number of them. The Special Olympics program, we did a number of things with that. We had boots and badges, the cereal drive for the Texas Food Bank, National Police Week, the 9/11 Tower Climb, the 100 Club Spaghetti Dinner, and Cardboard Kids campaign for awareness of child abuse. Next. volunteer programs, the boot drives and the tree lighting donation stations for Blue Santa. And then we had local events for at schools, bike rodeos, anti-drug road ribbon campaign, career day, trunk and treat at Oak Hills Terrace, and the Fiesta Parade. This year we added the Leon Valley Police Department and Fire Department basketball game, which was wonderful. The mentorship at Marshall Law and Medical Services Magnet School has begun, and our officers are helping, not just the police department, but officers throughout the city are helping with that. There was a collaborative internship initiated with Alamo Colleges and Edison High School and UTSA so that we have interns in our police department. They're helping our police department out and learning what our police department does. There's a junior law enforcement competition that we've done for a few years. This year there were 17 teams that competed, 10 partnering agencies, and those are all the scenarios that the participants were in, crime scene investigations and all of that sort of thing. So these are some, the internships with UTSA, Alamo College District, Edison High School, and I can't read that other one, whatever it is. Okay, these are the boxes of drugs that were taken in one day for the DEA National Drug Take Back Day. And my understanding is that the CVS box has been very helpful in our citizens being able to get rid of drugs in a positive, in a correct way. The Cardboard Kids campaign is one that we've done, and this is a new slide, so it represents thousands of children that are abused and neglected at the hands of adults in our community each year. This is about the spaghetti dinner for the 100 Club, and then we have the memorial events for like 9/11 and our National Night Out, and then some more of the National Night Out, trunk or treat at Oak Hills Terrace, and Driggers Elementary and Leon Valley Elementary bike rodeos, red ribbon, and career days. And then that was for the annual Fire and Police Department basketball game. The torch run for Special Olympics, the fire truck pull, which I heard was really impressive, the Cops on Top fundraiser at Dunkin' Donuts, and my understanding is we earned more than anybody else. Boots and Badges, if y'all weren't a part of that, that was a great event with lots and lots and lots of people that could get up close and personal with officers from lots of different agencies. And that's an annual thing. Then we have the Blue Santa program with all sorts of volunteers that help with everything from buying presents to wrapping to giving them out through the Blue Santa program. And more pictures of that. And that's our calendar event for the Blue Santa program. And that's our report.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions for Ms. Seifert on her presentation? Thank you so much.
Would the committee members that are here stand up, please? A couple of you.
Very good. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
I did have a question. Back on the red light cameras, the crime reduction statistics, how were those compiled? Do you know?
I'll let Richard.
Chief?
So what we can say is that from one year to the next, the only thing that changed in Leon Valley was the amount of officers that we put on and the efforts that we're now allowed to go into the neighborhoods and do more stuff in the neighborhoods. So it was compiled by utilizing the reports and the police reports and those types of things from one year versus the next.
So, I mean, and just so I understand, it's from the time period like calls and reports, because obviously you don't know if
Police reports.
Yeah, right. So actual crimes that were reported.
Police reports, yes, or actual crimes are reported to the police.
Okay. And then just one other thing that I was thinking during the presentation, just a suggestion, during the Boots and Badges, and maybe it happened and I didn't know, because I saw some posts on social media saying, what happened to Whataburger? right? Because there's all the
Yeah,
police
lights.
vehicles and fire engines and the lights on and stuff like that. And so some people that didn't know what was going on thought maybe there was a, who knows, a shooting or something. There's some confusion. And I'm just wondering if maybe next year we can do like searchlights or something, or a banner to promote it more so that people know that it's an event instead of like some crime happening. So-
Sure. I thought we put it out on Nextdoor, but I'm not 100%.
No, we did,
We had it all over social
but
media.
not
We could do
everybody
more.
sees social media or keeps
Okay.
up with it, so then they just were texting or posting what's going on at
No
Whataburger.
problem at all.
you know.
No problem at all.
That's just
Absolutely.
a suggestion.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Rodriguez.
Chief, I was curious, now with the fact that we have more officers on the street, they're able to be more so in the community. How do you, as chief, combat the fact that there's a lot of talk, even on Nextdoor, that your officers are never patrolling, they never see the officers in the street, so.
Yeah, I hear that, but then also hear the opposite side, people talking about, man, now that I got that ring or what, that Vivint or whatever, I can now see the times that your officers are up and down the street. So it really depends on whether or not you're sitting there looking out your window, I guess, to see, the mayor says she gets that, but then she also sees the officers when she's out on a walk. So I can't, nobody sees 24/7 up and down their streets. I just know that I can see from the amount of work in those neighborhoods, the amount of citations going on, the amount of traffic stops in those neighborhoods, that the guys are in the neighborhoods. If you read the stuff that we put out on a biweekly basis, it's in the city manager's log, you see the doors that they found open. Those don't happen unless the guys are out there proactively patrolling and stopping those types of things. They're looking for things that we've trained them on, for open doors, open windows, anything that's left out. We've banged on doors 2, 3 o'clock in the morning to let people know they left their garage open, so that they don't have things stolen. So we know that the activity that has been put in place over the last couple of years and the additional manpower that y'all have allowed us, which is greatly appreciated by us and I know by the citizens, that these numbers have come down exponentially. Our proactive stuff has gone up exponentially, as you saw in the documents there. So, I can just say that we're doing a lot more in the community. We're out there with our neighborhood watches that have been created. We're educating the public on the things that I would like them to watch out for in their neighborhoods, because we can't be everywhere at all 24/7. It's not possible. And the more eyes and ears that we have out there reporting those things to us in whatever manner that they report it to us, and we urge everybody to do that. So it's more of the education and the getting out there and partnering with the citizens. A lot of people in these neighborhoods that we have actively been able to set up these neighborhood association meetings. We have great relationships with them. They're contacting us on a regular basis and reporting stuff. And I mean, let me tell you, they're not always favorable. There's one that's even on my several on my CPAC that are hitting us constantly about different things. And I more than welcome that. If they see anything, we want to know, because we want to resolve those issues before they become a big one. A lot of the misinformation that was spread on Nextdoor this last time about graffiti. I mean, that graffiti went on there an hour before we were already working it. And we got calls from several of the CPAC members and several of the citizens from the neighborhood associations that wanted us to know about that, and were genuinely concerned that we were having this graffiti. And so we definitely are on it, and we definitely want to resolve those things before it happens. And I think you can just, if anybody doesn't believe that there's something different about what's going on in Leon Valley, I urge them to just drive a half a block outside of Leon Valley or on the outskirts of Leon Valley and see the difference in those areas versus what you see within Leon Valley on a regular basis. I think if you do that, you're going to see that there's a huge difference in the amount of, the signs, the junk vehicles, the graffiti, the flag wavers, all those different things that make our community, the blight on the community. You're not seeing that so much. It's rare versus common in the areas right outside of this. So that goes to the laws and the ordinances that y'all have passed, that the CPAC, the citizens, brought forth and asked us to look at over the last 2.5 years. So your Citizen Police Advisory Committee and the meeting and the stuff that they do with the neighborhoods and bringing forth those things from the neighborhoods, it's not the 13, 20, 25 people that we have on there. They're out there talking to hundreds or thousands of people on a regular basis, spreading information to them and pulling information back to us. So it's huge. by having that voice in each neighborhood to bring us their concerns, because each neighborhood's different. Each neighborhood has a different concern, each neighborhood has a different problem, and we need to hear what the problems are in those neighborhoods so that we can resolve those issues. We did a lot of work a couple of weekends ago in the Ridge, and nobody had been a victim of crime, and the worst thing that they said they're having their issue in their neighborhood was speeding. And I agree, because I was on that street and people were flying by. But guess what? They're not our people. They're the ones cutting across from the neighborhoods behind. So we automatically we've set up and started working that issue for them. So really it comes down to the communication, not the backbiting and all the stuff that we see sometimes. It's more about talking to us and let's resolve those issues for the community, because that's what we're here for, and listening to the community is really what our biggest concerns are.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, Councilor Charles.
I want to commend you and your officers and your detectives for doing all the police work you do. And my gosh, that list of community involvement and helping children and the Special Olympics and so on is outstanding.
Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you.
And the mayor asked me when we were going over this stuff, you know, are you telling me that the CPAC members have been involved in all of these things? And I said, absolutely. We have a great working relationship, and it's not just the CPAC. We invite anybody from the community that wants to come. I mean, all of y'all are invited to all the events as well. And so it has been hand in hand that we work together with the community and hear what the community has to say. And so for me, I'll tell you, we are the envy of the other chiefs. I'm in a chief association. I'm on their board, and every one of them say they wish they could get their citizens to be that involved to have this type of committee. So we're very lucky, and I thank the council for providing that for us and the citizens for being a part of that. It's very, very beneficial for us.
All right. Very good. Yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
Sorry, it just reminded me of something else that I saw on Nextdoor. Somebody was commenting on a program, Citizens on Patrol.
Yes.
What's the difference between Citizens on Patrol and the Citizens Police Advisory Committee, which we have? Yeah, I don't know if you know.
Oh, absolutely. I was involved in way back in the day with Citizens on Patrol, and I was a supervisor over the unit that ran them in San Antonio. So Citizens on Patrol actually is kind of a concept that I don't think works as well as a neighborhood association. If you train everybody to be eyes and ears, then you really don't need somebody to go out. And a Citizen on Patrol, back in the day, you used to give them a cell phone. It actually started as cellular on patrol, but then now everybody's got a cell phone, and so now it's Citizen on Patrol. And so they would drive the neighborhood during peak hours or whenever the neighborhood was having problems, and they would report crime. What's actually better is that we mobilize the entire community to do that. So we had talked about in the past about whether or not we wanted to create some COPs, and right now I think we're in better shape by doing the neighborhood associations and educating the entire neighborhood on what to be on the lookout for.
All right, thank you.
Question?
Okay. Yes, Councilor Alcazar.
I also thank you, Chief, and Ms. Seifert for the work the group is doing. I do want to say, yes, we approved all the things unanimously, but we did make changes, and don't be sensitive to our making changes, and don't get bent out of shape, as the expression goes, for asking additional questions in that. I know you've done a lot of work, but it's our job to take it to the next step, so thank you.
You're talking about the animal ordinance, right?
Oh, no.
I don't mean to bring that
Not
up
at
or
all.
anything.
Don't
No,
go
ma'am,
there.
when it comes here, it's a recommendation to y'all from the Citizen Police Advisory Committee and us. And so wherever y'all take it from there is totally your prerogative, and it's not personal, whatever y'all decide to do. Absolutely.
I'd also like to say thank you, Karen and Chief, for your presentation this evening and for the work that you do for the community. I had a question about the neighborhood Adair and Countess Adair. I always thought that was kind of its own little neighborhood, kind of like Althea and Hodges, but I didn't see it on the list. So where are they in the whole? And could we maybe look
Looking
at
for
getting,
Brandon for
maybe
help.
could we look at getting a representative of that neighborhood? Because
So I think,
it's a
ma'am-
one in and one out. I mean,
So-
it's a very tight,
Go ahead, then I'll
tight
say.
community.
It's Adair and Countess Adria, and that
Oh,
is part of Castle
okay.
Estates.
Oh, that's part of Castle Estates? Oh, okay, because that's such a, one in and one out. I mean,
Right.
it's just a little,
So
tucked
this is
in
what,
there.
I don't know if you've been briefed on this yet, ma'am, but I know the zoning commission, right, has been talking about this, and the zoning commission is going to approve. Brandon Milan and his people did a great job actually pulling every plat for every neighborhood and getting the exact breakdown of the neighborhoods. And so they're going to come back to y'all, have y'all approved it? The zoning commission approved it yet?
No.
I think they've been looking at it at 2 meetings, and they're going to approve it soon. Once they do, it'll come back in front of y'all, and once that's done, I'm going to come back and readjust the Citizen Police
Okay,
Advisory
I
Committee
see.
to match that,
Okay.
so that we're all on the same page. And so, but right now, that's Castle Estates, but I can't, there was one road, I can't remember, the one that's right next to the really large house on Evers, not in y'all's neighborhood, right past it. Anyway, that one road is one of the really strange ones, and whether it fits in this neighborhood or that neighborhood. So he's got some very informative things that will allow y'all to talk about and argue and
All
finalize it.
right. Sounds great. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, Councilor Hody.
Yeah, I just want to say that the amount of charitable events is unbelievable. I really had no idea the extent of it, and that really shows that Leon Valley is doing a good thing. I was wondering, Chief, if you could just briefly tell everybody about you don't know what I'm going to say, do you?
No, she's just making fun because she says briefly, so she don't want to talk too much.
Why we can't have roosters? No. Your interaction with Marshall High School.
Marshall High School, I'm on the board for Special Olympics on the 100 Club, special board member on that one, and they came to me, the Marshall New Law and Magnet program came to me about being on their board and help them design that school program. I readily accepted because I was in high school many years ago. Was the first class for a magnet school in Houston. And so it's something that's near and dear to my heart. It actually helped me become the man I am today. And so I readily agreed to do that. Myself and Assistant Chief Saucedo are both on the board, and we're helping design that program, and we'll continue on. This year, I think they have 190 students, and it'll grow up to be about 500 additional students at Marshall. What's important for us as a community is it's infusing new people and new stuff and new people into our town. That school's not going to die now, where it was actually going the wrong direction because of the amount of students in the area. So we work with them on a regular basis. We also mentor, I think for the police department is 10 of their students. I myself have a mentor, and the other 9 have a mentor. The fire department mentors, Ms. Kinsler mentors, and I'm not sure who else, but quite a few of the staff go over, and we regularly meet with the students, sit down, have lunch with them, answer their questions about, either they want to be a police officer, they want to be EMS people, and that's why the fire department does it. And then there's some that want to be in civil service, and so governmental service, and Ms. Kinsler is one of those. And so we have a really good, solid relationship with them, and we're also pushing that out, as me as a board member for the Chiefs Association here, pushing that out so that the other departments also get involved and help develop that program and develop these kids, these future kids, for all of these governmental disciplines, including they're having a public administration track that they're trying to get off the ground. So the beauty of that for us, for the Police Explorers alone, they have 97 kids that are in the Police Explorer program. That'll be the biggest in the region. And all of those kids have to get out and do community stuff. And so whenever we ask them to be out here to clean up, to do 4th of July or whatever, you're going to see a bunch of those kids. And so that small monthly mentorship for the individual kids is paying off in spades to the whole community, because they're also coming out and working closely with us as an agency.
Thank you. Yeah, I met Joseph, I don't know what his last name is, over at the HEB Blue Santa collection drive, and also remember them from the, was it the breakfast, I can't remember, for the families who lost.
Lunch.
Right, lunch, okay. They were cleaning up and picking up and rolling tables off, and I just said, I'm going to get out of the way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
One
Yes.
comment
Okay.
on the boots and badges. With the new signs coming in on each of the end of town, we might be able to put that on there as far as a way to get to people that don't
Oh, that's a
do
good
social
idea.
media.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Yes.
Stand up fast enough for the citizens to be heard. May I have a minute?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
We haven't
Oh, you
had it
haven't
yet.
for this segment for the questions relating to the police and the presentation?
Oh, I mean, you can talk.
Okay.
Yeah, if you have a comment, you
Yeah,
can do it
sure.
now. Sure.
First, I want to say that I am one of those citizens that had their door knocked on at 3 o'clock in the morning because my garage door is open, so I can attest they are actually circling around. Scared the crap out of me, but I'd rather be a cop than an intruder. So I think Leon Valley PD is doing a great job. One of my concerns has more to do with the dispatch with 911. Fairly recently, a few months back, there was a outrageous underage drunken party in my neighborhood. Somewhere around 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, it dispersed with fights and drunkenness, getting to their cars and getting in the passenger and driver's seat. I called 911. I waited about 10 minutes, nothing. I called back. They said, police have been dispatched. I waited another 20 minutes. I called again, and then I was transferred to somebody else, and they told me that Leon Valley PD hadn't even been notified yet. And then 45 minutes later, they show up. I'm certain that had y'all known, y'all would have been there in a snap. But there seems to be a disconnect with the Bexar County Dispatch with 911 and Leon Valley. So I was just wondering if that's being addressed, if that's a common thing or just a fluke. I noticed in one of the slides there was a phone number attached to one of the little signs for like a 210 number. I was just wondering if that's a better number to call rather than 911 after hours.
Okay.
No, we have a non-emergency line that we would, if it's not an emergency. On this one with that's a 911 call, and it should have been addressed immediately. So we haven't had that as a regular issue. I'd like to get the times and dates and let me do some research. Everything is recorded there. I mean, down to the millisecond that it comes in, how long it took them to answer the phone, and on and on and on. So I'd like to get the rest of the information, and we'll definitely take a look at it, and we'll get back with you and let you know.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you. If there's no other, yes, Mr. Riddle, do you have something to add to the police advisory report? Come on down. Thank you, and good evening.
Yes, it's Philip Riddle on Rusopi. I've also had my door knocked on at 2 o'clock in the morning about my garage door being open. So I know that they're out there patrolling, plus I have cameras all over my house, and I see them with their little flashlights flashing everything.
Very good.
The other thing was I had called also the police this month, or it may have been last month, about an open garage door in a vacant house that's been vacant for a couple of years. And I called on the 210 non-emergency number. I made sure to tell them I was in the Leon Valley. And within, I'd say 10 minutes, there was a police cruiser out there checking this vacant house and closing the garage door. So I know it helped if I told them it was Leon Valley.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
So we'll
Otherwise,
make that
I think they do an outstanding job, and I'm very proud to be a citizen of Leon Valley and their police force.
Thank you for that support. Really appreciate it. Yeah. Okay, then we'll move then to presentation number 2.4. Presentation on proposed amendments to the Home Rule Charter. And we have Chairman Jordan and Member Smart who will begin the presentation, and then the attorney Charles Zeck, who assisted the committee, will continue with the measurements. So good evening and welcome.
Good evening. I'm David Jordan, City of Leon Valley, the chairman for the Home Rule Charter.
Yes.
This is a presentation on proposed amendments to the Home Rule Charter. Mr. Zeck is the attorney, myself as the chairperson, and Ms. Sarah Smart is one of the members.
On presentations? Oh.
Purpose 7.05 of the Home Rule Charter, the City Council shall appoint a Charter Review Committee in the second year after this charter is adopted, and every fourth year thereafter. The Charter Review Committee shall consist of 13 citizens of the city. The citizen appointed shall consist of 2 appointments by each council member and 3 appointments by the mayor. Committee shall inquire into the operation of the city government under the charter and determine whether any provision requires revision. To this end, public hearings may be held. The committee may request the attendance of any officer or employee of the city and the production of any city records that may be needed, and propose any recommendation it deems desirable to ensure compliance with the charter, and report its findings and present its recommendations to the City Council in the form of a report, and file a copy of its report with the Office of the City Secretary, where it shall be a public record. The term of office of the Charter Review Committee shall be for not more than 9 months. Upon finalization of the Charter Review Committee's report, the City Council shall receive the report. Notice shall be published in the official newspaper of the city that a copy of the report is available in the office of the City Secretary. City Council shall consider any recommendations made and may order any recommendations be submitted to the voters of the city in the manner provided by state law. Nothing in this section prohibits the City Council from forming a Charter Review Committee at any time or from submitting any amendments to the charter election on its own initiative at any time in compliance with state law. At the April 16, 2019 City Council meeting, former City Attorney Frederick requested guidance from the City Council on committee appointments. At the August 20th, 2019 City Council meeting, the final 2019 Charter Review Committee was appointed. The first 2019 Charter Review Committee meeting was held on September 16th, 2019.
All right, so this is the list of all of the dedicated members of the Charter Review Committee. If you are here, please stand up and take a bow because it's a lot of hard work and you deserve it. Had many interesting conversations and albeit debates, but at the end of the day, I think we came together and found what was in the best interest of the city. So, as you know, the City Council has authority to accept or reject or make changes to any of the recommendations that the council presents. They can add, remove, and basically do as it pleases in the best interest of the city. All right, so Mr. Charlie Zek was our faithful leader in the for legal review. He has been a great part of this team, whether he likes it or not, so without further ado.
Good evening, Mr. Zek, and welcome.
Thank you very much.
We were discussing how we should handle the questioning.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we talked about, as you presented a measure, if you have a question to Mr. Zek, go ahead and ask it, so it's fresh on your mind and he could answer it. If you could go back to the other, just the slide before we get into the measures, when does this all occur? Accept all will you go through that process at the end of your measures on what the timeline is and how do you add amendments if you want amendments added? Because this is, I read what we had in the book and I didn't see where that was addressed. So
Sure, I'll just
Thank
address
you.
it briefly because
Okay.
it's really not that
I
complicated.
appreciate it. Okay.
If you want amendments on the May ballot, you have to order the election by February 14th.
February 14th, okay.
So to the extent that this body desires to make changes or additions to any recommendations by the committee, you would need to do so before February 14th.
Okay.
To the extent how that is accomplished, that's purely a policy decision for this body to decide how and when that would be accomplished.
Does it take 2 readings to pass?
Do you order your election by resolution or ordinance?
I think it's resolution.
Then it's just 1 reading.
It's just 1 reading. Okay. All right. Just so I know. It's resolution then. Okay. Thank you.
Assuming your resolutions only take 1 reading. I think that's correct. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, they do. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for addressing that before we go on.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the next one? All right. I want to go ahead and try to give some levity to the situation and remind everybody that I am not Santa Claus, despite the beard. Although that's what I'm growing into, apparently. When you have great nieces and nephews, that's what you do for Christmas. And hence the Santa Claus glasses as well. In the end, the Charter Committee worked very hard. Ms. Smart is correct. They had very lively debates throughout the entire process. And generally speaking, they were very respectful to each other. And they came up with essentially 35 measures, all right? 35 measures does not necessarily mean only 35 amendments, and as we go through the process, I think you'll see what I mean. So let's start with the first one, a very simple proposed measure to be placed on the ballot, an amendment to the city charter changing the defined term of city to the city throughout the charter. There was a debate amongst the committee with respect to basically just verbiage and how that works, and they felt that this would be an appropriate change. It's a non-substantive change to your charter, but they believe that it would assist with respect to defining where the city is listed.
But this would be an item that would have to be voted on by the...
Yes, it would have to be voted on.
Just something as simple as this?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Because it is a definitional change.
Okay, a definitional change. Okay, thank you.
Next.
Oh.
So the next measure takes up 3 slides. It's an amendment to the charter, deleting and amending provisions of the charter which are unnecessary or duplicative of state law. So there are 3 slides of changes here that are essentially non-substantive in nature, but take up space in your charter where that isn't necessary, because it's either duplicative of state law, so it's not required to be in your charter, or it's duplicative of or it's unnecessary to your powers. And let me give an example of that with this very first amendment to Section 102, General Powers. So if you'll notice, we've struck through Section B and Section C, and that would be one of the proposed changes. The Section A says, the city shall have the power of local self-government to the fullest extent permitted by law. And then B says, the city shall have all the powers granted to cities by the laws of the state of Texas or other laws, together with all the implied powers necessary to carry into execution those powers, and those express or implied powers necessary for the government, interest, health, welfare, and good order of the city and its inhabitants. I don't know if you noticed, but B says exactly what A says, just says it longer and with different words. And so that's an example of B and C isn't necessary. A does exactly what is necessary with respect to determining the powers that the city has, and so those recommending strike B and C. And so that we can go through all these if you want. I'm happy to do that. I mean, if we go through every single one of these word by word, we'll be here all night. But essentially, slide 1, and if you'll go to slide 2, these are, and then slide 3, all of those are what I consider to be non-substantive changes to your charter, which simply reduce the verbiage in your charter because it's unnecessary. Okay? Yes, sir.
So would
Yes,
that
Councilor
be,
Bradshaw.
so would that be one amendment to remove all these?
It would be one amendment.
Or,
yes, sir.
Okay, so it wouldn't have to be each.
Wouldn't have to be each one. And so how this, that's a great sort of transition in answering this question, because it's probably on everybody's mind for those of you who have not gone through a charter amendment before, which I guess would be everybody since this is your first charter. I'm very quick on the draw today. So the way it would work is this is a measure. So an amendment to the city charter, deleting and amending provisions of the charter which are unnecessary, duplicative of state law, all right? The measure, that's going to be a proposition. The measure is all the changes. So every change is a measure. And so when you order your election, in your resolution, there will be a measure. Measure 1, shall the city charter be amended as follows? And then it will list all the strikeouts and all the additions, okay? And then there will be a proposition. No, those are the propositions, and then the measure will go on the ballot, and the measure will be an amendment to the city charter deleting and amending provisions of the charter which are unnecessary or duplicative of state law. So that's what will be on the ballot, and if that passes, everything that's listed under that Proposition 1 will take effect. Does that make sense? Okay. So all of these changes will not be listed on the ballot. Next slide. The next is an amendment to the city charter providing that the city manager has the duty to answer to the city council for the execution of laws and the administration of the government of the city. And as you can see, that's simply a change to Section 101B, striking the word shall and adding the words has the duty to. The next measure, an amendment to the city charter, adding a new council member and providing the mayor the right to vote on all matters. This was very heavily debated, very heavily discussed, and ultimately the conclusion was made to recommend to the city council that you place in a ballot measure up for the citizens' consideration to add a 6th council member and to give the mayor the right to vote. All of these changes would be part of that proposition, and if that measure is adopted, the changes you see in 302, adding a 6th council member, 306, giving the mayor a right to vote on every matter, Section 307, striking language not necessary if the mayor has the right to vote, making clear what a quorum is, and then changing the Charter Review Committee with respect to the number of folks to take into account that you'll now have another council member who will be appointing people to the Charter Committee. Any questions? Next measure. Are we all right?
Excuse me. I don't want to interrupt Mr. Zek, if you don't mind. Thank you.
An amendment, the next measure is an amendment to the city charter clarifying the eligibility requirements for election or appointment to the city council. There was the charter committee believed that there was some confusion in how this was drafted. So to clear it up, we've added language at the beginning of 303 that says to be eligible to be a candidate for or elected or appointed to the city council, you have to meet these qualifications. They're recommending striking Section C, not be in violation of any provision of this charter. And the purpose for that is if you read all the requirements of the charter, they only apply to sitting council members. There is nothing in the charter that would prohibit somebody from becoming a candidate. There's nothing in them to be in violation of that would prohibit them from being a candidate there. That's what I was trying to say. So that language in there didn't carry any meaning. Okay. An amendment to the city charter providing for a 2-year prohibition on holding office upon having forfeited an office of the city council. So if there is a forfeiture of office determination, this language would provide that if you forfeited your office, you cannot run for office again you could not run for office within 2 years of the first day of the term to be filled at the election or on the date of appointment as applicable. So it would be essentially a 2-year prohibition from either being appointed to or being elected to city council if it's determined that you have forfeited your office for whatever reason that forfeiture might be. Next measure. An amendment to the city charter providing that the city council, instead of the mayor, shall approve an absence for a city council meeting. Currently, under your charter, in order to receive an approved absence from a city council meeting, the mayor is required to approve that absence. They believed that power would be best served to be in the hands of the city council.
So, Mr. Zek, how does that work?
The way most cities do it is you just put an agenda item on the agenda for consideration. It usually goes on consent. It, quite honestly, usually goes on consent agenda for consideration, just like any other agenda item would be considered.
And is that after they've been absent?
It can be before or after.
Before
it's
or
silent.
after.
It's not. It's
Okay.
silent as to when it's required.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. The next measure, an amendment to the city charter providing that the city council, oh wait, we just did that one.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. That's all right. My fault. I have a daughter, so I'm used to taking fault. It's exactly how it works. An amendment to the city charter clarifying when an investigation and hearing related to an alleged forfeiture of office occurs. This is language that the committee felt was necessary to clarify dealing with when an investigation and a hearing occurs when there is this particular allegation. Specifically, the way it currently reads, if a member of City Council violates, well, violates clearly assumes that a violation has occurred. And in these cases, normally it's an allegation of a violation, especially since the way your charter is drafted with respect to how violations are dealt with and determined. So they change it to a member of City Council is alleged to have violated any provision of this section and does not immediately resign. The City Council may conduct an investigation and hearing pursuant to 312 of the Charter to determine if the officer has violated this section and forfeited their office. And so it just clarifies that there's a presumption of innocence until this process plays out, assuming the individual doesn't resign their office. The next measure, an amendment to the city charter providing that should a council member or the mayor fail to continuously reside within the city limits during their term of office, that they shall forfeit their office. Currently, you do not have a provision in your charter that requires council members to continually reside within the city limits. So they thought it might be a good idea to add that. And that's what this section does. Next measure is an amendment to the city charter providing that when a vacancy on city council with an unexpired term of more than 16 months occurs, and by the way, these measures, I have drafted the language, but ultimately the language is within your prerogative. So if you don't like the language, if you think it can be better drafted, my feelings won't be hurt. You know, sometimes I read these and I go back and redraft them to make sure that they're more easily read. This is one of those where I'm like, maybe this may not be the best way to put it on the ballot, but we can sort through that if you decide to put it on the ballot. An amendment to the city charter providing that when a vacancy on city council with an unexpired term of more than 16 months occurs, it shall be filled by special election on the first uniform election date authorized by law, and that all other vacancies may either be left vacant for the remainder of the unexpired term, filled by appointment upon an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the entire council, or filled by special election. Essentially, that's and I just spelled out exactly what that change is rather than summarizing it. But currently, all vacancies with unexpired terms of more than 12 months shall be filled by special election pursuant to state law. All vacancies with unexpired terms of 12 months or less may be filled at the discretion of the city council by appointment of the city council upon a majority vote, may be left vacant for the remainder of the unexpired term, or filled by a special election pursuant to the state law. So they have extended the when you have to call a special election to if it's more than 16 months instead of just 12 months, that's when you have to call the special election, and then have increased the vote necessary from a majority to 2/3 in order to fill by appointment.
Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Ms. Charles, Councilor Charles.
Yes, I have a question. Just in the first part, this might be confusing because it says if a vacancy occurs, you're talking about a vacancy on council and trying to fill it, but then it asks that at the last sentence it said a vote of the entire council. So what would be considered the entire council?
The council, that's a good question. A vacancy on city council for more than 60 months shall be filled by a special election. So it would be 2/3 of the remaining council members, because a vacancy doesn't count towards a quorum for purposes of counting the entire council.
So maybe the entire council, should be removed, or should it say remaining council?
It's still legally correct. If you believe that it is, would maybe be confusing to the public.
Confusing to me.
Right, and that's because, and the reason why it would be confusing to you or the public is that it does require an interpretation under the law, and the law does say that when there is a vacancy on city council, that vacancy doesn't count towards the counting of the number of people on the council. And so if you have a 6-member council and you have a vacancy, then really you have a 5-member council. But we can certainly revise that in such a way to say that it shall be 2/3, because I don't want to speak for the, I think we had this discussion, 2/3 of the remaining council or something like that, if we believe that would be clear and not result in debate and having to ask the lawyer, which is always never a good idea.
Since this is going to be voted on, I think it needs to be clear to the voting people. So.
Sure, absolutely. Yes, ma'am, I don't disagree that it could use some clarity. Absolutely, we can do that. Are you taking notes? Thank you. Because I'm not, unfortunately, so I apologize. The next measure, an amendment to the city charter requiring a member of city council who is convicted of a misdemeanor involving moral turpitude, a violation of any state law regulating conflicts of interest of municipal officers, a felony, or is assessed a deferred adjudication or probation for a felony, or any state laws regulating conflicts of interest of municipal officers to self-report the violation within 10 working days of the conviction, deferred adjudication, or probation, with failure to do so resulting in an automatic forfeiture of office. So the way that your charter is currently set up, I don't consider it an automatic forfeiture of office because it necessitates this hearing process if the individual does not resign. What this would do is that, so for example, if an individual is convicted or put on deferred adjudication for something but it's not in Bexar County, it is quite possible that they could hide that from the public for a period of time in order to not forfeit their seat. And so the committee believed it would be appropriate that if someone gets deferred adjudication or is convicted in another state or in another county where it's not transparent as to what occurred, to put the burden on those, the requirement on those individuals to self-report that action within 10 working days. And if they fail to do so, and it is discovered that the forfeiture action occurred, that it would be an automatic forfeiture of office. There would be no need to have a hearing. There would be no need to go through the process provided for in 312. City Council would simply either decide, are we appointing somebody to fill this automatic forfeiture vacancy, or are we going to have a special election to do so?
Okay, now what happens if they do report?
Then it would be through the normal process.
Through the normal process after that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Although, quite honestly, if you're convicted or deferred adjudication on these issues, it would seem to me that the council member who was convicted or assessed a deferred adjudication should resign, because it's not one of those that requires a fact determination. It's a very objective standard. You're either convicted or put on deferred education, or you're not. But it would still technically, if they refuse to resign, you would have to go through that process.
Okay.
The next measure, an amendment to the city charter prohibiting the city council from approving an appointment of a prior city council member to a paid city position within 3 years after the expiration of their term. Currently, this states that you're prohibited from being appointed to city manager, city attorney, or department head for a period of 3 years from the term that you were elected, or any other compensated position for 1 year, unless approved by the city council. So the exception actually swallows the prohibition, because city council could determine on their own that they want to appoint this person despite the prohibition in the charter. And Ms. Smart, since I've been charged with speaking, and Mr. Jordan, if I say anything that is just clearly not within the thought process of the committee, please jump in and let me know, because I'm certainly not trying to put my words into your mouth. But my recollection is that they believed that having an exception that swallowed the prohibition was inappropriate, and that it shouldn't matter if city council would like to appoint the person. A prohibition is a prohibition, and the proper policy decision was to not have someone appointed to one of these positions within the prohibited time frame.
Question.
Yes, Counselor.
Okay. I just want to be clear, so that's, if you're a city council and you're talking about appointment to positions in the city where you were council.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it would be a paid city position or, and it's changed from 1 year to 3. Yeah, it's changed, yeah, it's all, otherwise remains the same. But it's only city of positions that you have appointment authority over. All right. The next measure is an amendment to the city charter prohibiting individual members of the city council from releasing attorney-client privileged information and requiring that a waiver of the attorney-client privilege be approved by a vote of 2/3 of the entire council. This is where the committee specifically wanted to include the word entire. And then we've changed the beginning language from it shall be unlawful to no member of city council shall. Next one, thank you. An amendment to the city charter defining when an individual city council member is authorized to conduct inquiries and investigations. The committee decided they wanted to make it clear that what type of inquiry and investigation would be acceptable. And in this case, except for purposes of inquiries and investigations conducted pursuant to section 312 of this charter or other investigation inquiries approved by the city council. So in other words, an individual council member, and by the way, when I say these things, I'm not talking about this council, I'm talking about some future council or a future council member, so that you cannot have a rogue council member without the authority of the governing body striking out and doing investigations and inquiries on their own without the approval of the governing body that those inquiries, investigations take place. Does that make sense? And that was the reason for the added language. Next measure. An amendment to the city charter providing a process for how council members may place an item on the agenda. There was quite a bit of debate about this particular section. So this now requires a member, in order for a member of city council to place an item on the agenda, it has to be with the concurrence of one additional member of the city council. They would request that the item be placed on the agenda with the concurring member by submitting the request in writing in the form of an electronic email to the city secretary. Both of them would do so, and then the item would be placed on the next agenda of the city council meeting on or after the 8th calendar after receipt by the city secretary of the later of either the request or the concurrence.
Oh, I had a question on
Yes,
that one because I think I had emailed you. And I think you said this was not appropriate for the home rule charter, but it would be in another.
So you did email me about,
yes,
yes, ma'am. Yeah, but
could we request that agenda item be as specific as possible with some meat to it rather than just a general statement?
So first I want to make clear that that I didn't say that it was not appropriate for this to be on the charter. What's appropriate is what
certainly
what y'all believe and what the citizens believe ultimately, because they're the ones who make the decision on this vote. I believe what I said is that it's oftentimes seen it's often not in the charter, but found in a policy adopted by the council, simply to give those councils the flexibility of determining how they would like each agenda items to be placed on the agenda based on each council.
Okay.
But I have seen these types of requirements in home rule charters, and so what's appropriate is a decision by this body and ultimately the citizens. Okay. That said, the answer to your other question is, can you have more meat in it? Absolutely. We can make this as specific or as general as you'd like for it to be. We can wordsmith it in ways. We can wordsmith almost anything to read it in the way that you would like for it to be read.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next. Yes. An amendment to the city charter authorizing the city attorney to place items on the city council agenda. I would like to make clear that This was added before our law firm was appointed city attorney. But that said, it was at my suggestion that this be placed in the charter because oftentimes the city, well, first of all, the city attorney works directly for the city. No, they don't. They work for the city manager. But they have an ethical obligation to the governing body. And sometimes there are situations where the city attorney may believe that there are things that under their obligations to protect the best interests of the city, that those things need to be on the agenda for a particular consideration. And currently your charter does not allow for that.
Could you give an example?
Yes, again, nothing that would ever happen with this governing body or this city manager, but situations where the city manager and the city attorney disagree on the particular potential liability of the city in a particular situation, and the city manager or whoever is in charge of authorizing something to be placed on the agenda, and there's a conflict there, and the city attorney believes that it needs to be placed on the agenda to best protect his or her client. I could easily see a situation where there could be a conflict there.
Okay, thank you.
I would hate for that to ever occur, but I could easily see that happening. Well, actually, I've lived through that occurring, so.
Very good.
An amendment to the city charter prohibiting the city council from amending rules for hearings on forfeitures of office within 90 days of a complaint being filed. So this applies to what's I've found out is commonly referred to as the 312 hearing process in the city of Leon Valley. Essentially, the committee believed that it's important that a city council not be able to weaponize the rules of procedure in a 312 hearing. And they and I, in talking back and forth and about how that could best be accomplished, is to create a charter provision which says whatever rules are in place prior, at least 90 days prior to a complaint being filed, are the rules that have to be followed. This would prohibit a city council from changing a complaint being filed and then changing the rules on how the 312 hearing is to be conducted. Does that make sense? And so that was the purpose for making this change. Next measure, an amendment to the city charter deleting the prohibition on public comment during a forfeiture of office hearings. Currently, your 312 procedure prohibits comment unless otherwise authorized by city council by majority vote. They recommend that this be struck so that it allows public hearing on a 312 hearing. Now, this would not specifically allow it. Let me take that back. The way this is written, it doesn't specifically authorize public comment, but it doesn't specifically prohibit it without approval. City council, depending on how the new law is interpreted, could still potentially prohibit public comment during the quote-unquote trial phase of the 312 hearing process. Did that make? I don't know if that made any sense. No? Let me start over. Let me back up by reminding everybody that the Texas legislature recently changed the law with respect to public comment on agenda items. Right? Now, city councils are required to allow public comment during agenda items. That particular legislative provision has been interpreted differently, even by its own author. So its interpretation is unclear. And whether or not the requirement to allow public comment on a 312 hearing such as this, I believe, is still in the gray area. Okay? So this, the way it currently reads, it says that no public comment shall be allowed unless a majority vote authorizes it. What this language change does is reverse that and basically allows public comment unless this body decides not to allow it. So it requires an affirmative vote to prohibit public comment as opposed to an affirmative vote to allow it. I think that was probably clearer.
Okay, yeah, that makes a little bit more sense, but this was part of the protocols. This was in the protocols, so.
Yes,
I
but it
think
was
the
in the
one-
protocols because it was straight out of your charter.
Right. Okay, I guess I was thinking about the measure before where you said you couldn't change the protocols 90 days before. I mean, when you
Right,
have a.
right.
Yeah.
So that's correct.
Mhm.
So currently, if your ordinance, which has adopted the protocols, it
Has-
still includes this language,
Right.
you will have to change that language in your
Okay.
protocols.
Okay.
And your protocols couldn't be inconsistent with your charter anyway. And so even if within 90 days it still included that language, you wouldn't be able to enforce it because it is in conflict with your charter.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
Was that helpful? Okay. An amendment to the city charter requiring allegations of violations of section 3.08 or 3.09 of the city charter be filed with the mayor or city manager in writing, be placed on the next available regular city council meeting, and that all members of city council be notified of the allegation within 24 hours. Currently, there is not a process in place with respect to how a complaint is filed and how council is notified. This creates that process. So if you remember correctly, we had a quorum statement in the change of adding a council member and giving the mayor the right to vote. A quorum would be 4. If that doesn't pass, the committee recommends an additional measure be placed on the ballot so that if it stays 5 council members, that it specifies a quorum is 3 council members, unless otherwise provided by state law. So section 4.05 is inconsistent with state law, so this is a change to make your charter consistent with state law. An amendment to the city charter requiring a 2/3 vote of city council to fix the compensation of the city manager. Currently, the city manager's compensation is fixed by a majority vote. This language would require compensation to be fixed by a 2/3 vote. State law currently states that municipal judges are removed pursuant to charter provisions. You don't have a charter provision that talks about removal, so the committee recommended this being your removal provision. The presiding judge and any associate judge may be removed by an affirmative vote of 2/3 of the city council. Next measure is an amendment to the city charter authorizing a designee of the city secretary to issue a certificate of sufficiency to a petitioner's committee. Currently, the charter requires the city secretary to do it. There was discussion about if the city secretary is not here or not available because of the timeline requirements, and so they want to include the language that says, or the city secretary's designee. An amendment to the city charter extending the time for a council member to request a public hearing on a recall petition from 5 working days to 10 working days. So currently, if a recall petition is filed, the individual who is being subject to the recall has 5 working days to request that a special meeting be held. And they believed, given the gravity of a recall petition, that they should be given at least 10 days to make that decision. Next measure. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, if anybody had any questions. This also deals with public hearings on a recall, an amendment to the city charter giving discretion to an individual subject to recall as to when a public hearing should be held on their recall. Currently, the way it reads, so let's say that a recall petition is filed with the city for a council member November 15th. That would be a couple weeks after the November election, which means that that the recall election wouldn't be held until May. And currently, that means that the individual subject to recall would have to decide, again, within 5 working days, whether or not they want to have a special meeting so that they can prevent a response. But the way it's currently worded, that special hearing couldn't be held, could only be held no more than 30 and no less than 15 days before early voting, which means that if the recall petition is filed in mid-November, the special meeting wouldn't be held until sometime in April. So there was this big gap. And so the committee felt that rather than giving that sort of tight restriction, that the person being subject to recall should have the discretion. Perhaps they want to hold their special meeting immediately upon having the recall petition being filed, if that's their choice, rather than waiting until that time frame, with the only restriction remaining that it can be no less than 15 days before early voting.
On
Counselor
that particular
Alcazar.
one, to me, you're missing the point that when the petition has been presented to City Council, just because it's been filed, it doesn't mean it's being presented to Council. So it could be not be presented for several months, and that's probably a likely scenario because of the way the election laws deal with it. So it has really nothing to do with the date it's filed.
It's not my perception. This is the committee's discussion and debate and recommendation. So you're free to accept this or reject this or tweak it in a way that you feel is most appropriate. My guess would be, though, that if a recall petition was filed with a governing body and it wasn't presented for a period of months to the governing body, that may cause political strife. I don't know.
But you have to go through what the election law says. It's not a matter of just presenting it just because it came.
No, so I don't want to get into a public debate, but I will say this, that the only thing election law has to do with a recall petition is when the election on the recall will be held, because you can only hold an election on a uniform election date. The election law does not dictate when a petition may be presented to City Council. It could be presented at any time, but you could not hold the election until the appropriate uniform election date was came forward. So right now that's either November or May. Those are the 2 uniform election dates. And so assuming a recall petition is filed November 20th and the city secretary reviews all the signatures and agrees that it meets the requirements of the recall of the charter, that they've got enough signatures, and that petition was presented to City Council on January 10th, which would be perfectly legal and perfectly within and in violation of no law, then the hearing still wouldn't be held until April, under the way this is currently drafted.
Okay. Any other?
Next measure. So this is an amendment to the city charter changing the minimum number of signatures necessary to submit an initiative petition from 300 registered voters to 500 registered voters. Currently, in order to have an ordinance to force I don't like that word, to require City Council to consider an initiative ordinance, and then if it's not adopted, place it on a ballot, only requires a I don't want to say only, requires signatures totaling 300. The proposal is to raise that to 500 for an initiative. Next measure. An amendment to the city charter reducing the waiting period for resubmitting a previously failed initiative from 2 years to 1 year. Currently, if you submit an initiative petition and it is defeated at an election, the citizens must wait 2 years before they can bring another one, and their proposal is to reduce that from 2 years to 1 year. An amendment to the city charter changing the minimum number of signatures necessary to submit a referendum petition from 300 registered voters to 500 registered voters. Currently, if the city council adopts an ordinance that the citizens would like to have repealed, the referendum petition requires 300 signatures. The proposal is to increase that to 500. And I keep saying the proposal is to increase it. The proposal is really to submit to the citizens of the city of Leon Valley to see whether or not the citizens of Leon Valley would like to change it from 300 to 500. It's always important to remember as we go through this process that the charter committee isn't making the decision that this should be done. And if you vote to place these on the ballot, you're not making the decision that this should be done. You're just simply deciding that this is an issue that should be submitted to the citizens for their consideration and their determination as to whether or not it should be done. An amendment to the city charter reducing the time for city council to amend or repeal an initiative ordinance from 3 years to 2 years. Currently, if an ordinance is adopted by initiative, it is not subject to any modification or repeal for a period of 3 years from the date of the election. The proposal to be placed in front of the citizens is to reduce that waiting period from 3 years to 2 years. An amendment to the city charter prohibiting the favoring or discrimination in the removal and appointments to city positions or offices based on gender, sexual orientation, or other legally protected classes. Currently, your general prohibitions do not include gender or sexual orientation, and it was recommended that it be placed in front of the citizens to include that language and other legally protected classes with respect to appointment to positions or removal.
And is that just for city position or appointed city administrative office? It doesn't.
I think it applies to both. Could you go back?
Yeah, it's right there.
Oh, sorry.
So city position or appointed city administrative office?
Yes, no person, so the proposed language would be no person shall be appointed to or removed from or in any way favored or discriminated against with respect to any city position or appointed city administrative office because of gender, sexual orientation, race, national origin, sex, political or religious opinions or affiliations, or an otherwise legally protected class.
Okay, so city position means?
Employment position, any position.
All right, and appointed city administrative office?
City manager, city attorney.
I just want to make sure I understood the distinction.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
An amendment to the city charter providing for definition of certain words and phrases. Committee believed that there are certain words and phrases that should be defined. So we've defined days, may, must, shall, and working days. The definition of may, must, and shall comes from the Texas legislature, which has definitions for how codes are interpreted. So that language was used in the charter, and the main reason for that is because when courts interpret charters, they use statutory interpretation laws in that interpretation process, and so this would be that would add that consistency.
And we didn't have any definitions
No,
in
ma'am.
our current. That's what I was recalling. Okay.
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
An amendment to the city charter requiring the charter to be translated into Spanish and authorizing the translation into other languages. So this provision does two things. It actually does three things. It requires the charter to be translated into Spanish. It authorizes the translation into other languages at the discretion of City Council, and then dictates that if there's any conflict between interpretation of the substance between the English version and any other version, the English version controls. So I think that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any other questions for Mr. Zek on the measurements?
That was much
So-
easier than I anticipated it being.
Okay. So then, what is the next step?
Yeah, right. I just jinxed us, didn't I? I don't. I don't know. That's not my decision. It's your decision.
Yeah,
I
I
can.
mean, but
I can give you some
Just some
thoughts.
guidelines, 'cause I
and
don't know.
You know, if I'm way off base, hopefully the city manager will tell me I'm way off base, and I'll take that appropriately. But tonight it seems that it was to get a feel for what's being presented. The next step, it would seem to me, is that for City Council to either have a workshop or another agenda item for your discussion on these measures, whether or not you want to include them on the ballot, don't want to include some of them on the ballot, all of them on the ballot. If there are other measures that you believe you would like to have that have not been included, that discussion, I think, would be best held at, my opinion, best held at a workshop where it's probably the only thing on the agenda, so that you're not having to worry about other items. And then after that, hold, my recommendation when I've done this in the past, which is quite a bit, that you hold a couple of public hearings. Once you decide what's going to go on the ballot, you hold a couple public hearings so that people know what's going to be on the ballot, so that your public is informed, and order the election.
Okay.
It goes back to
So-
the committee at any time?
It doesn't, I think that's with,
Right, I just want to make sure that's there.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, I
Crystal,
don't-
you said what?
If the council requested that it go back to the committee,
Oh.
what's his interpretation on that? Because we discussed that at the committee.
yeah,
meetings
so
that were done.
the charter doesn't, so the way the charter set up is that you have a committee set up, that committee does its work, and then it makes its recommendations.
Okay.
And then you decide.
Okay, so the answer to that
You
question
get to
is no.
decide.
Okay.
You make the big bucks.
Okay.
So you get to decide, based on all of their hard work and recommendations, what should or shouldn't be placed on the ballot for purposes of citizen consideration.
All right. Very good. Yes, Councilor
This is more
Harkisser?
for Crystal. Can we get the, how the votes were on these?
They're all in the minutes.
I understand that, but it would be helpful to have them isolated for purposes of this.
Like who voted which way, or like
Oh.
3 to 4, or?
Right, whether it was 6 to 7, 10 to nothing.
Well, the committee required that the votes only be passed if 7 members approved it. So the vote would not pass unless 7 members of the committee
I
approved
would
it.
still like the vote if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I saw another hand. Ms. Kinsler, I knew I saw somebody.
Oh, no, I was just going to suggest, you have 2 meetings left and a town hall meeting. And so possibly a workshop, excuse me, the day of your next council meeting or the day before, whatever the council prefers. And then the second meeting in January to do the resolution. And then the first public hearing would be, I get, it wouldn't be a public hearing, but the first time exposing the charter to the public, or the revisions, would be during the town hall meeting. And then I guess we could still do one more after that. We could actually, because the vote would not happen until May, so we could do it again at the coffee. So if the citizens got to, really be engaged with what the ballot is going to look like. The issue is if we have a meeting the first week in January, that only leaves you one more meeting for the resolution unless you call a special meeting. Because you're used to doing 2 ordinances, and since this would be a resolution, I would assume this body is going to want to hear this 2 more times before you make decisions. Is that correct?
I would prefer a workshop, just a standalone workshop, not with the city, not with a meeting, because, this is very important, and we need to be able to take our time, and so that's what I would prefer. So I just don't know when, though, whatever we can work out.
Possibly a Monday
What do y'all
before a
think?
council meeting?
What do y'all think? The rest of the... Well, the public would be invited, definitely. So we'd post it, but
Right.
it would be a workshop.
Okay.
We'd go through it and, delete, add, make another, I don't know. This is all new to me, so.
Sure.
I just read it
Yeah.
for the
So
first time.
So you, I think that's a great process. The more transparent and the more opportunity that you have for the public to know and understand what the proposed ballot items are, the better, because then you have an informed public. A quick reminder, you do this by resolution, so just one reading is what's necessary to order the election with the measures and the propositions. And two, I'm sure Habib will remind you of this, but it's important that when you have these meetings after you've made your decisions, you cannot use those meetings to advocate for or against the adoption of the measures. You may only inform as to what they are and what their purpose is, but you cannot use city resources to advocate for or against a measure.
That's right. That's right. Okay, very good. All right, thank you. Well, that was about an hour, so that's what I said. I thought this was going to take about an hour, and it did.
A little less than a minute and a half a measure, not bad.
Okay.
Okay, so just for clear direction for the staff, we want to do, I see a consensus for a workshop, and then have the resolution heard?
Yeah, I even think maybe a workshop on a Saturday to where more people could come if they want. I mean, I don't know. What do y'all think? Rather than at the end of a workday when everybody's more exhausted. It's 6 o'clock, but that's, again, I want the council to certainly weigh in on it. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Councilor Bradshaw.
I think on a Saturday after the holidays, that if we could figure out time to get together, it'd be good.
You're open? Okay, great.
Yeah, if it's a Saturday, I'm pretty much in January. I'll be available. I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
Well, that
the
first
only two we have
Saturday
available are the 11th and the 18th, right?
Well, I would say the sooner the better, the 11th.
So
What
the
do y'all
11th?
think? Anybody have a conflict with that? Anybody have a conflict with that? Okay.
Okay. So January 11th, a workshop, and then your resolution would be heard January 21st. And then the first presentation of what the ballot is going to look like would actually be January 25th at the town hall.
And I'll be out
have
of
4
town
days
on the
to
11th,
Prepare that.
but I can submit my suggestions.
All right, if that's okay, unless you prefer something else. Okay, thank you.
So am I correct in that that's the pleasure of the council? So I have January 11th, the workshop, January 21st, the resolution, and then January 25th at the town hall meeting, the changes will be presented.
So the resolution at the 21st would be what the council would like to be put on the ballot?
Yes, ma'am, that would be
Okay.
correct.
Okay, I was just,
And then, of course, the call of the election is in February.
yeah, I know. Well, we still have another meeting February 4th, right? I'm just was thinking how we could capitalize on the town hall meeting to get citizen input on the measures before we do the resolution. Can we do it as late as February 3rd or 4th?
Yes.
The resolution?
As a reminder, Mayor, that on the,
February 4th.
people were begged to go to the meetings to give input. And I don't know if it was because of the meetings, but almost nobody went to any of the meetings, just a very few of the same people. So, but anyway, if you think it'll work.
Well, I know I had a conflict because I had census that same night, so I never could go. So, I don't know. Mondays is a hard night because people are tired from the weekend. But anyway, that's what I'd like to capitalize on the town hall meeting with more citizens to get more input before we end up deciding what we'd like to put on the ballot.
And then we vote on the first meeting. in
And then we'd
February.
vote on the first meeting in February,
That's
since we
good
do
with
have.
me. So then can we have the first workshop when I can be there the following Saturday instead of the 11th or whatever it was?
The 18th, that's a holiday weekend. Is anybody going to be out?
No. Well, we could have another, but I appreciate that. We could have it during the week, maybe, I guess. I don't. Oh, you're going to be gone on the 18th because that's the weekend. Yeah, that's a weekend. Yeah, so we don't want to have it on that Saturday.
So you could have another workshop. You could have a workshop January 11th. You could have another workshop so that Councilor Alcacer can be here prior to the council meeting on the 21st and not do the resolution. Then a third time for the citizens to hear it on the 25th, and then finally your resolution on February the 4th.
Okay.
How does that sound?
That'd be all right on the 21st.
that good?
Or the 21st.
21st could be the workshop. The only thing is, of course, we would probably have to start it early, but that will have been given, actually it's kind of good, so given people Saturday morning, a regularly scheduled council meeting, and then if you wanted to do the one on a town hall meeting, and if you wanted to do that workshop early on the 21st, you could do it like at 4, from 4 to 6 or something, just to kind of spread the times out. And then your resolution would be again back at regular city hall time, so.
Okay.
Just a thought.
Okay. I know you've got a conflict with your work. Uh-huh. Yeah.
I can't hear you.
But we're having 2 workshops.
Yeah, so like Ms. Alcacer's
Or
not going
3
to be there
times.
on the 11th, so
Yeah.
you might not be able to be there on the 21st. Would that be all right? Okay,
I might be able to be late
Okay.
if you start at
Very good.
4.
okay.
So January 21st, 25th.
Okay, so I have January 11th, 9 a.m. workshop, January 21st, regular city council meeting. No, I'm sorry.
You said 4.
January 21st, I didn't write that, 4 p.m. January 25th would then be at the town hall meeting, and February 4th would be regular city council meeting time.
Mhm.
And resolution.
Correct.
All right, very good, thank you.
4 times.
Really appreciate anything else before we move. All right, so we've got the direction there. Thank you so much, really appreciate it. Yes, Mr. Jordan?
That's a good
Mayor
point.
and Council, I think, according to the rules that the Home Rule Charter Committee, after we do our work, will dissolve. We did our work. I want to thank all the council, all the commissioners that was here every Monday for the last couple months to do the work. We had very constructive debates, and the votes were all over the place. There wasn't one side or the other side. It fell just the way they fell. So I just want to thank everybody for the work and for the time.
Yes, thank you. And thank you all to all of the committee members, and thank you, Mr. Jordan, for your leadership. Do appreciate it. Okay. All right. So at this time, agenda item number 3, we have the city manager's report. Ms. Kinsler?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council.
Evening.
I don't think this will take very long. The library board will not meet for the month of December, as in many boards didn't. City Hall will be closed from December 23rd to January 1st for the upcoming holidays. I don't remember which counselor it was. If it was, I think it was Counselor Hody. Somebody talked about the generosity and all the time that the staff donates. The Blue Santa donations this year have not only met, but they've extremely exceeded our expectations. Thanks to the generosity of so many citizens, so many staff, not only in Leon Valley, but beyond our borders. It blew up. A sincere thank you to each counselor, staff member, citizen volunteer, and contributors that assisted with this worthy cause. We have so many toys remaining that we will actually be sharing Santa with several other suburban cities who were not able to do what we were able to do. So go Leon Valley. And the upcoming Blue Santa events that are left, if you haven't had the time or ability to donate, are already on your calendar. And Ms. Seifert also shared them earlier on her Citizens Police Advisory Report. Also wanted to let you know, I think it was last time that Mr. Cox did his on-it presentation. We talked a lot about the certificates of occupancy. And I think it was Counselor Bradshaw. If I call you guys out wrong, please let me know. But I think it was Counselor Bradshaw that mentioned like this big certificate of occupancies, like the HEBs and that kind of, was that you?
Possibly.
Okay, anyway.
Me.
So, Counselor Alcacer, okay, sorry about that. So Counselor Alcacer talked about those, and Melinda Brandon and William Cox all went to our storage facilities, and they were able to locate, not the certificates, but records that they exist for 40 of those big stores that have been around here a long time. They're the long-standing businesses. We knew that had them, and we weren't ticketing them, but they weren't displayed like they should be. So now we've knocked those 40 off the list. We've located them. We're in the process of getting everyone to display them over the next couple of months. And so whoever mentioned that, I don't know, I guess it hit home with Melinda, resonated with Melinda, and she said, hey, I think I might know where to find those.
Thank
And
you,
so
Melinda.
all three of them, Melinda, Mr. Cox, and Brandon, all three got their clothes dirty that day and got it done. So thank you very much. Also want to talk to you about the vacancy rate in Leon Valley again. Last time, Mr. Cox reported that it was 12.1%, and he just did it with some new activity that's been happening, and we're now down to 11.8%. Several years ago, you were in the 15%. So we're happy about this. Right now, as we speak, as of today, he's actively working on 2 buildings towards ownership and/or occupancy. So I'm really, really happy with the progress over here on that side. The Census 2020 complete count is April 1st. This is community service, community education. Every 10 years, the United States Census Bureau, as you know, probably conducts the complete census count. They do it at the national, at the local levels. Census Day this year is April Fool's Day, April 1st of 2020. And it's really important for everybody to complete these questionnaires because, number one, we need an accurate population count in Texas and in Leon Valley. The census is used to update the number of seats that each state has in the United States House of Representatives and congressional reappointments. The census counts impacts federal funds that communities receive for hospitals, healthcare, public transportation, public safety, schools, education. I'm trying to think of all of them. After-school programs, school lunch programs. So I know that the Census Committee has been meeting, but we're starting the drive now and ask that everybody continue to contribute towards letting your neighbors and friends know that they need to complete the census count. And it's due by April 1st. We're going to spread the word as you know, well as we can at the city. And right now, there's 3 ways that you can respond to the census. Number 1, online. You can do it by phone or you can do it by mail. And we've got a link up on our website. It's 2020census.gov. And once we have walkers actually out in the community working the census, we will let you know. So we want to make sure I think your theme is in Leon Valley we count, right?
Right. Yeah, I can't remember now. Well,
that was a theme
Leon
of the committee.
Valley.
Leon Valley,
in
we
Leon
count.
Valley, you count or something like that. But we had a lot of different phrases too. We've gone on
Right.
and on. But yeah, it's a real creative committee. I would just like to add, based on the census, when I went to National League of Cities, they're pushing jobs. So if you want a part-time job for $18.50 an hour, go to the census.gov/jobs. And they're accepting applications right now. Mr. Power is on our census committee, and he and Mr. Lee were both workers 10 years ago. So anyway, so they really are looking for people that would like to work, and it's very flexible hours. So
Thank you. Also, we have a senior holiday dance. So yeah, Thursday, December 19th, this Thursday, from 10 in the morning to 12. If you want to dance at 10 o'clock in the morning, I know where you can go, to the Leon Valley Community Center. This is music, refreshments, and then there's going to be these little trees that are going to be handed out. This is sponsored by the City of Leon Valley, Representative Ray Lopez, and the Gonzaba Medical Group. So this little flyer, this little red cranberry flyer, is posted all around our social media. So if you want to dance at 10 o'clock in the morning, we've got a place for you to go. Wednesday, tomorrow, from 10 to 1, there is a free health fair at the Leon Valley Community Center. So you can go make sure your blood pressure is in order. If everything's good, the doctor says you can dance, you can go dance on Thursday. So lots of things going on over in that area this week. And I believe that concludes the manager's report.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the city manager on her report? Ms. Kinsler, I just had a question on one of those charts that you gave us on your report on page 2. It says court dates, and then it's got number of cases scheduled. I just want to be able to understand this. Number of defendants scheduled, and then number of cases processed during court. So do you add those two together, the first and the second, but then they only disposed of 150, so I'm wondering what happened to the rest of the cases?
Either let me see your report, or
Okay.
maybe Crystal may be looking at it right now.
So that's just a question I have. So yeah, we could just talk about that. And then also, every report I count up vehicle impounded, and this report, I think I had 11, which is usually it is about 25. But then when you go on the next page 6, it says vehicles towed 25. Is that different? Vehicle impounded versus vehicles towed?
Accidents and different things.
Okay,
Those are two different
Okay,
things,
all right, just
but
wanted
some
to-
towed vehicles are also
Didn't know why
impounded.
it was a different number.
Right.
That's all.
Yeah.
And, or if it went, because I think it's still the 2-week period that we were in between council meetings, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
It is the 2-week
So
period.
it's a different, it's impounded versus towed are different.
That's
But impound is within the towed, probably.
Impounded would be within the tow.
Okay, very good. That's all I had.
And then I
Anything
can
else?
answer your question,
Oh,
Mayor.
yes.
So number of cases scheduled, that's the
Uh-huh.
number of cases the court clerks have scheduled for that particular court date.
Okay.
The number of defendants scheduled, that may mean like a defendant got more than one ticket, so there's less defendants than there are citations issued. There's going to be more citations. So one defendant can have 3 citations. They got, a speeding ticket and a not failure to buckle their seatbelt, or non-registration, and they were speeding, so they got multiple citations. So that's why the number of defendants is less than the number of cases scheduled.
Okay.
And then the number of cases processed, that's how many defendants actually showed up to court. So so that's how many people came in on that day. So if they didn't show up that day, they could have rescheduled their court date, like called and rescheduled because they couldn't make it, or they've gone to warrant.
Okay. All right. So what do we look at as the differences, the 181 and the 150?
So you really want to look at the 150, how many cases actually got processed.
Okay. All right. Because I know on December 5th, we had 444 cases scheduled,
And so there could
but
be
we only had
somebody-
198 that were actually processed. So I was just wondering why the discrepancy.
They don't show up to court, and that's why we have 16 million probably sitting in warrants.
All right. Thank you for that. Do appreciate it. Anything else? All right. Then we will move then to citizens to be heard. Agenda item number 4. Do we have any citizens in our chambers this evening that would like to address the council? Please come forward, state your name and where you live, and you have up to 3 minutes or more if you need it. Yes. Mr. Yarnell and then Mr. Blackmore.
You want to go first?
Okay.
On Yarnell, Sulky Lane. I have a couple of issues. First off, the first time I drove through I'm calling it the Library Park. I think it's the Veterans Park. I was overwhelmed.
I know.
What a job they've done.
I agree.
And I've taken people who don't live in our city through there just to show them. So, job well done. The other issue I have is the Lions Roar. I have a couple of questions about who produces the Lions Roar here at City Hall, who's in charge of content, and how is it distributed, and how is it that we have the Lions Roar arriving after events have occurred, and we're notifying people of events in the Lions Roar that have already occurred. For instance, on page 11, the Battle of the Badges was on the 6th. We got ours on the 16th. On page 18, there's an item on December the 2nd, December the 6th, December the 7th. had already occurred when we got our Lions Roar. So how are we making decisions on what's in this Lions Roar? Who does that? And how are we distributing it that it comes out after these events have already occurred? We had this issue of late arrival 2 years ago, something like that, and it seemed to be fixed, and all of a sudden, well, it isn't. So I'd like an answer to those questions.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Cancer.
Good evening, Mr. Yarnell, Council. The producer of the Lions Roar is Litho Press. The Lions Roar actually has articles submitted by any director at City Hall, any council person, the mayor, or the city manager. The Lions Roar, ultimately, the factual content of the Lions Roar falls with the city manager. The lateness, and one thing that has caused the Lions, well, more than one time that has caused the Lions Roar to be late, is late submissions, or submissions that are not factually correct that we have to keep correcting, and so they can't go to press until they're correct. So that's been a problem. This Lions Roar was interesting in that 2 people approached me and said they never even got it. Well, some people got it like the day after, and then 2 people told me they never got it, so we contacted Litho Press, and they said we will deliver it to them today. And then now I'm hearing somebody didn't get it till the 16th, so this one was all over the place, and I'm not really sure why. And there was somebody else, I think one of the counselors told me you hadn't gotten it.
We still haven't gotten it, but
Okay.
on the mass mailings, part of the problem is the post office, and that's always been the problem.
This one was all over the place. I mean, from people that got it the next day to the 16th to you haven't gotten it to 2 people that told me they haven't received it, that we had it personally delivered. I don't know what the problem was this time.
So do we have some kind of way we can get the people who are supposed to be mailing it up to date, or have some recourse with them or something? I mean, it's really not useful when you're trying to advertise dates that have already happened.
I agree with you. And I think, what happens is they mail in bulk. And when you mail in bulk, it's not it's not speedy, but it saves a lot of money. And so, anyway, there was actually a couple of dates that we wanted to remind people of that we literally took off because we were like, it's not going to get there in time. But I had no idea. I didn't know to anticipate that it would take some people 1 day and some people over 2 weeks. And all I can guess is that it's December, and I hate to be the one that goes, it's probably the post office, because I don't know.
Right.
But we did talk to Litho Press, and the 2 addresses that I gave them were in the Forest Ridge area. I can't remember what street, but anyway, they went and hand delivered them for us. But I also remind citizens that there's always copies at the library and at City Hall as well, if you want, and on the website. Yeah, that's right.
So also, who makes the decision on what the content is?
The content is done by the directors, the mayor, the councilors. I don't think I've ever written an article, but it can be done by the city manager. And there's also if TxDOT has something, the Bandera Road, for instance, they want you to know, we will put that in from other public agencies.
So would you give me the thought process that was involved in the articles on page 8 and 9 of the current issue?
Can you show me the articles? Article on page 8 was submitted by Councilor Charles. Article on page 9 was actually, and this was, I have somebody new doing the lines, or it was supposed to be attributed to Councilor Alcacer. She's the one that asked that go in for her article.
So who makes the decision on what goes in? They submit it, but who makes the decision on what's allowed to be printed?
I allow everything in unless it's factually incorrect or it does not meet the guidelines. And so if it's factually incorrect, I will edit it. If it's not factually incorrect and it meets the guidelines, I let it in.
So both of these articles are factually incorrect as far as you're concerned?
Factually correct.
Correct, excuse me.
Correct.
Yes. Okay.
Councilor Charles' article, I don't see any factual issues with, and Councilor Alcacer's is an editorial, and in the Lions Roar guidelines, it allows for editorials.
From another source?
I'd have to I don't have the guidelines in front of me, but I read through the guidelines to make sure that it could be done.
So everybody's allowed to present items for the Lions Roar, and you're the final person that makes a decision?
Everybody, no, sir. The mayor, the council people, and the staff, the directors.
So all these people are involved in what goes in the Lions Roar?
They absolutely can be. They don't have to be, but they can be, per the policy that's set by the council.
So do they get advance copies so they can look at everything?
No,
Well, then how can they be involved?
because they're the ones who submit the articles.
Well, how about
I
they don't submit an article?
Well, then they read the Lions Roar.
Well,
No, we're not. Yeah, this is inappropriate. If it'll help you, January the 7th, or whatever the first date is in January, it's actually going to be on, Mayor Riley has requested that it be on the agenda. So that would probably be a more appropriate time.
okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Blackmore.
Richard Blackmore, citizen of the state of Texas, and a taxpayer in Leon Valley. I just want to say Merry Christmas, Miss Charles,
Thank you.
Miss Rodriguez, Dr. Rodriguez, Miss Alcacer, Mr. Hody. Now for you, Miss Kessler, I got my Lions Roar on Saturday, but that's another story.
Sorry.
I think it's a good information thing. No matter when I get it, I'd like to get it on time before these appointments. I just want to say thank you for your service to Leon Valley, everything you've done for us. Contrary to what has been printed in social media, whatever dollars you make, I think it's well deserved. If it was me, I'd give you more. So Merry Christmas to you. And I hope you stay here for a while. Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Thank you. Good evening and welcome, Ms. Joseph.
Everybody, Merry Christmas. I do have a question. I don't know if this will be appropriate, Ms. Kessler, since you said you're going to have the next thing, but those articles that were in there seem to be very political and kind of a grandstand for re-election. Are those met the parameters or the standards for which those are?
So in my opinion, the two met the standards. When I read through the articles, I actually reviewed the articles with the attorney, the policy with the attorney, with two attorneys now.
So those were not considered political agendas?
I considered Counselor Charles's article. I know we're not supposed to be doing this during citizens to be heard. Do you want me to stop? Okay. Stop.
Okay, that's why I said, well, then, when you come up on the
7th, we can talk
7th,
about
you
it
can
on the
discuss
7th.
it then?
Right.
And it'll be appropriate then?
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
with the attorney?
Yeah, you bet. Thank you. All right, anyone else? Okay, seeing no other Mr. Martinez? Good evening and welcome.
Benny Martinez, Seneca. What I would like to know is when did City Council as a body meet to discuss hiring Ryan Henry to represent the city on my case on December 3rd? He was there to state basically that I didn't have standing. Judge Sakai ruled that I did, and we have court hearings in the future. And hopefully the judge will rule that the actions that this council took was illegal. But when did the body as a whole meet in executive session to hire Ryan Henry to continue? His job, in my opinion, his job ended when on April 2nd when he presented his case, and I believe he was wrong to appoint himself as a designated officer in violation of his procedures that he wrote. And, you know, when like I said, when did the body as a whole hire him to continue being the city attorney, when we have a new city attorney that should be representing the city? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Stevens, good evening and welcome.
Hi, good evening. Josh Stevens, Forest Oaks. So I have one issue really, but since it was talked about, I want to discuss something else. So I'll just read this real quick. So the Lions Roar newsletter contribution and content policy, which was originally dated March 1st, 2011, amended January 12th, 2015, January 19th, 2016, and most recently on March 15th, 2016, creates specific guidelines and rules regarding the publication of the bi-monthly Lions Roar newsletter. Policy states that the newsletter, open quote, may contain factual information about elections, including the name of candidates and the text of measures. However, open quote, shall not contain any reference to political parties or political affiliations. Additionally, it states, open quote, express or implied support or opposition to candidates or measures shall be prohibited, end quote. So again, that's maybe a little bit subjective or objective. I think maybe an ethics complaint will get filed and they can address that. So, but the actual issue that I wanted to discuss was a little bit of communication. It's kind of the elephant in the room about the recall petitions that have been circulating, that over 1,600 signatures were provided by citizens throughout the community. And so on Monday, December 9th, this is Monday last week, I sent an email to the entire city council and the mayor asking for placement of an agenda item about the recall petition, just to check the status of it. On Tuesday, December 10th, Mr. Hody and Mr. Bradshaw had reached out to me and said it should be next week on the agenda. Well, yesterday I noticed that it wasn't on the agenda, and so I reached back out to Mr. Hody and also to Mr. Bradshaw, and learned that through the process, apparently the city manager had undermined the process of what our charter allows for adding up an agenda item to an agenda. And it was after consultation with the city attorney, which is very concerning to me, because I'm a firm believer that we live in a democracy and not an oligarchy. And I'll just read from our charter, which is our constitution of the city, and it says, a member of the city council may place an item on an agenda by agreement of one additional member of city council. The member of city council desiring to place the item on the agenda shall submit in writing the request to place the item on an agenda to the city secretary, who shall inquire with the members of city council as to their agreement. The item shall, and we discussed in the definition, statutory definition of shall means must, shall be placed on the next agenda of the city council meeting occurring on or after the 8th calendar day after obtaining the agreement. Our charter never gives the authority for our city manager and the contracted attorney to collude together to undermine the process of adding an agenda item. Can I have 2 minutes extension?
Yeah, how about just about another minute or so,
Okay.
finish it up, yeah.
Okay, so nonetheless, we are unable, there's an obvious political reason for this, and more will come out over the next month, I'm certain of it, but if there's an agenda item added, it gives citizens that are present the ability to communicate on that agenda item because of the Texas law. Now, eliminating an agenda item from being placed on the agenda like Ms. Kunstler did obviously prohibits that from occurring. So I just want to point that out. I want to point out that it's a blatant charter violation. Nothing in our charter allows her to do that. It's very concerning. It's an undermining of the democratic process. And remember, we elected our elected leaders to represent us and not the city staff, and including the city manager.
All right, thank you.
Just so you know, Mr. Stevens, the second was withdrawn by Councilor Hody. That was not my decision.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. We will move then to announcements by the mayor and council members. Councilor Charles, do you have any announcements this evening?
Yes, best wishes for a peaceful, joyful, and healthy holiday season. In the spirit of the season, greet your neighbors, watch out for each other's property and pets, be kind to strangers, and do something for someone in need. There are a lot of people in need that we could help out. and Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you. Councilor Rodriguez.
Just like Donna said, best wishes to everybody for this Christmas season. We have lots to be thankful for. And also, like Mr. Hody said earlier, I was very honored to be able to take part in the Blue Santa collections and sorting and wrapping. I know it goes to a good cause for less fortunate, and I think sometimes we spend too much time thinking about ourselves instead of thinking about others in the community that are more deserving. And then also, we attended opening of Elevate Our Veterans, and as a military mom, I just think it's a wonderful addition to our city, and I hope it becomes much more prosperous. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councilor Alcacer.
Thank you. I ditto my fellow councilors and add Happy New Year, since we won't see you till after the new year. I did get to attend the Boots and Badges, and it was crazy, typical, almost like a Spurs game where they were getting after each other. But it was very, very close all throughout. And I have two thoughts to leave you with. That neither is my own. The first one is from Sir Winston Churchill. Success is the ability to go from one failure to another with no loss of enthusiasm. And the second one, a little lighter note, guess why I smile a lot? Because it's worth it. And that's attributed to Marcel the Shell with shoes on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Hody.
Good evening, everyone. 20 years ago, I was a census worker.
Oh, really?
And
I didn't know that.
it was very flexible hours. I could fit it in between other work. Looking back, I don't know how I did it, but it worked out. And basically, we were given a list of folks that had not turned theirs in, and we would go, or I would go, as time permitted, to their house. And most of them I found to be very receptive. You know, they just hadn't done it yet. I attended the Beautification Committee meeting, was that last week, Mayor? And that may be the last one according to consent agenda item number 2, but we'll see. And also the Elevate Our Veterans, and that is a very nice facility in the center behind HEB, and it's a good place for veterans to go for basic counseling, I believe, and weightlifting and other different programs like that. And I think it includes, as I understand, Councilor Rodriguez, they were also mentioned the first responders were welcome there, and then others as well, and they just, requested a donation so I could go over there and work out. And I also want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask you what you were paid 20 years ago?
I don't remember. I want to say it was like 12.
Pretty good.
That was still pretty good. They're really, yes, exactly. Councilor Bradshaw.
Yes, I would as well like to wish everybody, all the citizens of Leon Valley, and the staff and police and fire departments, wish all a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy New Year. Hope everybody has safe holidays and gets to visit with family and friends. And just remember that in this time of giving, I really believe that it's a time to not focus on yourself, but focus on others. And I read a good quote the other day. There is no limit to the good you can do if you don't care who gets the credit. And that was from Ronald Reagan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, just a few things. The Elevate Our Veterans, it's also active military that are able to go there. And I was curious because there's no fee, and they're trying to find some grants to write. But I did say to Mr. Gonzalez, I went ahead and got the all the information, and I sent it to Walter Garrity because, you know, he's really big on the American Legion. Maybe he could refer some people over there, so I did do that today. I went to a League of Women Voters luncheon on Saturday, and I picked up something that I didn't know existed, and I wanted to share it with y'all. It's called vote411.org. Vote411.org. And so if you put that in your phone, it'll bring up, and I think you put your zip code in, I believe. I'm not sure. But it'll tell you exactly who you need to vote for on the ballot. You know, because so many times it's so overwhelming because there's, you know, it's 15 pages on these voter guides. But this will just bring up your specific people that you need to vote for. So I thought that was really a good tool that we can pass on. James, I think it's Mahula or Makula. I'm sorry, James, I messed up your last name. But he's the Northside Independent School District Fine Arts Director. And he personally came by about a week or 10 days ago just to let the city of Leon Valley know that Los Leones, which our former mayor, and may her soul rest in peace, Marcy Meffert, began probably 25 years ago. This will be the first year. It's going to be March 28th, 2020. And he came by to personally tell me that it will not be held in Leon Valley for the first time ever. And the only reason is because Marshall High School is under construction at that time. So he promised that only this next year it'll be held at O'Connor. And he wanted me to let everybody know, and then it'll revert back to Leon Valley. So he felt very bad that it is a partnership between the city and the north side. And so I just wanted to share that. But he was very gracious to actually come by and sit down and tell me that, which I appreciated. Today, I finally got to do some Blue Santa, which I really, really liked, and Councilor Rodriguez was there, and also other policemen and detectives. But we went to Christian Village, which is on Wurzbach. I think we had 8 volunteers in addition to the rest of us. And I mean, we wrapped packages for an hour, and I don't know how many we wrapped. I think it might have been 100, but the gifts were just amazing. And this was the first year that we did it at Christian Village, and they really, really appreciated it and really liked doing it. So thanks to all of the people that are organizing the Blue Santa. I think it's really, a great community effort that shows our community really cares about people that are less fortunate. And again, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year. Wishing everyone a very healthy, peaceful, safe New Year. So, and we will see you on the 7th. And again, City Hall, if you'll notice, is going to be closed for about 2 weeks, just so you'll know. But the library will be open, and they have a schedule, I believe, in the manager's report. So, okay. So let's move then on to the consent agenda. And is there, I'll go ahead. The consent agenda, is there anyone that would like to remove consent agenda item 1, 2, 3, or 4 for discussion? Okay, seeing no one, may I please have a motion and a second to adopt?
I move that we approve 6.1, .2, .3, and .4 as presented.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Charles to approve the consent agenda items 6.1 through 6.4 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving then to the ordinance number 7. These are our second reads, and we do vote on 7.1 through 7.6. But again, we ask for updates. And so, Ms. Postley, if you'll please read 7.1 as presented.
An ordinance amending the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 8, Offenses and Nuisances by updating Article 8.07.003, Prohibited Noise, providing a repealer, severability, and savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
All right. And is Chief Salvaggio here? Okay. I had a question on that one. I just wanted to ask him. Okay. Uh, Hi, good
Excuse
evening,
me,
and
ma'am.
welcome back, Chief. We were just read 7.1 about the noise,
Yes, ma'am.
and did you want to explain how this one came back?
Absolutely.
Versus the animal ordinance overall? And then I had a question.
Absolutely, Mayor, Council,
Okay.
thank you. First of all, apologies, I was walking the lady out to her car to make sure she
Sure.
got out safely. So this amendment was actually part of, and is still part of, the animal ordinance. It's just that in our ordinances, the noise is in two places. It was in the nuisance area of the animal ordinance, and it was in this chapter, 8.07, for offenses and nuisances. So originally, I had it all under one presentation, and it was just at the end, it went to this. We read over that presentation for a year and a half, and so at the very end, the attorney that was here at that time made a recommendation that we go ahead and pull this off the final one and have a separate reading, so it's very clear that we're changing two separate ordinances. So even though it's been read and been looked at and been discussed, we decided to go ahead and pull it and have it finalized here. And let me show you the only differences for this. This what currently says here, and then we changed it, if it'll go. I don't know why that's still in here. So basically, everybody said 10 minutes within a 1 hour period. That's exactly what's been approved. This is what was proposed originally, and this is what it says now. No difference than what the ordinance says in here. And I think the only difference between here and what the other one said is, in the other one, the original animal ordinance, it doesn't have day or night. It just says period. In this one, in this part of the, when we're looking at this one, this ordinance has differences between day and night. And so in this one, we said noise over a period of 1 hour anytime during the day or night, and it shouldn't be in there twice, my apologies, where the animal can be heard continuously 100 yards away or behind the wall of livable structure. So the animal ordinance right now, since it doesn't differentiate between night and day, it means that it's night and day regardless, 10 minutes in a 1 hour period. But if you go to the if you go to the prohibited noise section, it has a difference between day hours and night hours. And so that's the only change in here than what the other one says.
Okay, very good. And this has come up several times where people have called now, and I just want a clarification. So a resident hears this dog for 10 minutes, right? And then they call.
Or chicken.
Or chicken, all
Whatever
right,
it is.
to the
Yes.
police department.
Yes, ma'am.
And do they have to record it,
No,
or does the police officer have to hear it, or are they just taking their word for it?
So both. So it's two separate things.
Okay.
If the officer hears it himself and is there for 10 minutes and he hears the noise within that 1 hour period, the officer now has seen it, it's in his presence or his view, he now can take action based on this ordinance.
All right.
But if the officer doesn't see it and the person has recorded it and they want to go down, we can write the report stating that they have the evidence and blah, blah, blah. Then they can go down and meet with the attorney, our prosecuting attorney, and give the evidence to show, and the attorney can decide that they're going to go ahead and take charges against that resident, the neighbor, whatever, and then they'll be called in to answer for those charges. So it can go either way, but the part that we see is 10 minutes within an hour. The part that the district or the city attorney would see would be, here's a recording of 10 minutes straight of noise.
Right.
And so
So if a dog is barking in the middle of the night for like an hour, there's no relief?
No, there is relief.
There is? Okay.
Absolutely.
So
If the officer
that we
gets there.
So that we can communicate that out.
Irregardless, if the officer gets that call, and the officers are going to go over and knock on their door and
Okay,
say, we
good.
have an issue. But as far as actually being able to take an action, like a citation,
Sure, that's-
the officer's going to have to hear that for 10 minutes within a 1 hour period. So if the officer's not hearing that, then the officer can't write a citation because it's not happening in the officer's presence or view. But based on the fact that now people can come and file their own charges with the evidence, with the city attorney, they still have an action that can be taken. So before, we had to hear it, and then so if the dog was out there for 2 hours, they called after, an hour and 45 minutes, we get there, and now the dog's no longer barking, we couldn't do anything. So that's not a change here. That was changed under the animal ordinance where we put it in saying they had that right to do that. A citizen did. But here, this is just specifically the amount of time and all those things, yards away and all that stuff.
So a citizen can record it. That's
Absolutely.
just as good as the
Absolutely.
police officer hearing.
And we'll take
Okay.
that report, but it will be incumbent upon the citizen to go down to the city attorney and meet with the city attorney
Okay.
about filing those charges.
But if it's in the middle of the night, they can still call, the police will go, knock on the door.
Day or
but-
night.
Day or night, that's
Day or
right.
night.
But then they have to follow up with,
If we don't hear it.
if you don't hear it.
If we don't
Okay,
hear it.
with the recording. Okay, I just
Correct.
wanted to get that clarified because that's something I hear a lot of.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Counselor.
And so it does not have to be consecutive, 10 consecutive minutes.
No, I thought what we, minimum, no, what did say, continuous, can be heard continuously 100 yards away. So it is 10 minutes continuously. So the dog's barking for 10 minutes straight in the presence of the officer, or they bring in the evidence and the city attorney believes there's enough evidence to go ahead and file on them for that charge.
So then it isn't important to have during an hour if it has to be consecutive minutes.
Correct, continuously.
But then, so we don't see over a period of 1 hour.
Yeah, you're right in that aspect of it.
So it can't be 2 5-minute sessions?
No, it's going to be continuous.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty hard.
That is.
Actually, I'll tell you, if we had this all along, there'd been a lot of
No,
other.
but I meant if they do, they'll stop for 5 minutes and then continue for another 6 and do like that. So anyway.
Okay. Any other questions for Chief on this particular ordinance on noise? Okay. And we do have this as a second read.
Yes, ma'am.
So we are able to take action tonight at the pleasure of the council.
So I move that we approve 7.1 as amended.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve ordinance 7.1 as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, yes,
I
excuse
wanted
me, further discussion, thank you.
So as amended, I would remove the day and night, and it repeats it twice in there.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Is that in our ordinance, or is that just in the PowerPoint?
It's in the PowerPoint.
Okay, as long as it's
Okay,
clear.
but you didn't have an issue with continuous versus 1 hour?
Well, I prefer the
yeah.
other.
Well, this is the time to
Is it enforceable, I guess, is a good question. If you have 2 5-minute periods in an hour, or 2 4-minute periods and 1 3-minute period.
So noise ordinances is, thank you. I have a little raspy voice, I apologize. But noise ordinances, there's an objective standard. And so the question is whether or not a person of reasonable sensibilities would, peaceful repose in their home would be bothered. And so there is no bright line test. Is it 10 minutes? Is it 5 minutes? But that's the test. And typically what will happen is if somebody believes their animal is not creating a nuisance, they can ask for a jury trial, and a jury will decide that issue. So as long as we have the objective standard that it's noise that is aggravating the peaceful repose of somebody of normal sensitivities, because some people can be hypersensitive, right, and any little noise, then you're okay.
So, do we have that in, Chief?
Yeah, no, it's in there. I saw it's in there.
Okay.
And so the reason you have let me finish up. So the reason you have the 10-minute period is because that's pretty definitive. Is if you have 10 minutes consecutive, I think everybody would agree. Yeah, that's something that would be aggravating, or most reasonable people would agree to that. You have couple of minutes, then you start getting a diverse opinion. And so that's that's the answer. The most objective way to prove a noise case is through verification by having a sound recording instrument be able to detect the dBs of the noise. But that can be expensive and labor intensive. So what I'm trying to say is this, is that there is no bright line rule. So the problem is proving your case. And to prove your case, you have to prove that you are aggravating the quiet repose of a person of reasonable sensibilities. And so 10 minutes, clearly, I think everyone agrees that would consecutive would.
Okay, so what about the dog who barks for an hour, but it's only 3 or 4 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes, 2 minutes? You know, there's a breather in between of a minute or two.
And so what I'm trying to say is this: you can make your ordinance say that. That's going to be a tougher case to prove. But you can, there's no legal prohibition that says you must be 10 minutes consecutive. It's just the more stringent you make the ordinance, the more difficult it makes the case to prove.
Okay. Councilor Bradshaw.
I'm okay the way that it's written as motion as well. I just wanted to make sure that it was put in the way it was intended.
Okay.
I agree, we'll give it a try.
All right, we'll give it a try. All right, so we have the motion and the second, and we'll vote. All those in favor for 7.1 as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. All right,
Amen.
thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Appreciate it. Moving then to ordinance number 7.2. Ms. Pusley, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council amending Community Center budget of the City of Leon Valley, Texas municipal budget for the fiscal year 2019-2020 in the amount of $179,240, and the General Fund Economic Development Project funding in the amount of $179,240 to provide funding source for the Leon Valley Community Center and for the remodel of the Community Center facility, Senior Center, providing for repeal or severability and savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you.
Hello,
Do you
good
have
evening.
hi, Ms. Mendoza, welcome.
Thank you.
Do you have any updates on this particular agenda item?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay. I understand that this is just for the money to renovate.
Correct.
But have we reached any guidelines as to when we're going to do this work? Will the community center be completely shut down? Will it be done in phases? And is that just going to come back to us? Because I think that's really important.
Yes, ma'am, that will come back to you because it will be done in phases. So I would have to check the calendar and the events we currently have, such as Earthwise Living, and see what we can accommodate within those time frames. So if the restrooms is too much of a project that will take 2 months, then we will obviously wait till after Earthwise Living so we don't interrupt those events.
Okay, and I know the seniors have a Trash and Treasure Day.
Correct.
I believe
So,
the
yes,
next
ma'am.
weekend.
Mhm.
So
we'll
okay, but
definitely work around those
you'll
dates
bring
to
that
make
back
sure.
to us
Yes,
then,
ma'am,
because
we'll
that's
definitely do
separate
that.
from the money. Okay, I just wanted that clarification. Any other questions for Ms. Mendoza this evening? All right. Yes, I'm sorry, Miss Joseph. Thank you for raising your hand.
Lynn Joseph, I have a question about the activities that are going on during the week, like the yoga and the bingo and all that stuff. Will that just be shut down for that period of time also?
So we can, we would move all of the senior activities to the conference center, so we don't disrupt any of their services. So for example, when we do remodel the restrooms, they would be moved over to the conference center because of the restrooms. So if the kitchen, being that they don't use the kitchen during yoga or exercise groups, we can still keep them at the community center if there isn't going to be a safety issue.
And bingo and
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
backgammon.
But all the activities should continue.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks for that. All right. So what's the pleasure of the council on agenda item 7.2?
I move that we approve 7.2 as presented.
I second it.
We have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Hody to approve ordinance 7.2 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to ordinance number 7.3. Ms. Postley, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council amending the City of Leon Valley, Texas municipal budget for the fiscal year 2019-2020 for the stormwater fund in the amount of $1,659,482 and the general fund economic and community development reserve in the amount of $313,482 to provide funding for the Seneca West subdivision drainage project and drainage improvements, and to authorize the city manager to enter into interlocal agreement with Bear County for the reimbursement grant and in the amount of $1,346,000 for said project, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Ms. Mortson, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Good.
This one did have two changes. One was
Okay.
to the caption of the ordinance to make it clearer for the auditors. And so it just clarifies that the money's coming from the Stormwater Reserve and from the General Fund Economic and Community Development Reserve.
Okay.
And going to the Stormwater Fund, period.
Okay.
And
All
so
right.
that was a clarification for
Okay.
the auditors.
Yeah,
The
thank you.
second clarification in this is that I had reported out that the property was already zoned RE1, which is residential estate lot, and it's actually not. It's zoned residential R1. So there is a pending zoning case, but it has not been brought before City Council yet. So right now, it's still just residential R1 lots.
Okay, all right. Did you wanted to add something, Mr.?
I can clarify.
Okay, go ahead.
Evening, Brandon Milan, Planning Director. That case was considered by the Zoning Commission at the end of 2018, and it came to the City Council for a first reading. And the plan at that time was that we would bring the plat forward to the council along with the second reading. And typically with a large piece of land, you need a legal description in order to complete a rezoning. At that point in time, we didn't have an actual legal description for that property. We just had a preliminary plat. So the intent was that we bring the plat with the zoning, and then we have an appropriate legal description for that rezoning. We have all of these new lots that we're creating, and that's what we can use to rezone it. The only thing other than a plat for a large piece of property like that is a meets and bounds description, which would have cost a lot of additional money for our engineers to initiate instead of a plat. And so because we had a few extra things come up with that plat, such as looking at right-of-way dedication, how to configure that right-of-way, and also recently we've had the opportunity for the drainage, those are things that stalled the plat. The second reading never occurred. Technically, according to the zoning code, an action by the council needs to occur within 90 days of the recommendation of the zoning commission. So that did not happen. So Mrs. Moritz is right. That rezoning was never finalized. Technically, under our code, we are going to have to go back to the zoning commission and do another consideration of that. We'll be doing that as soon as that plat's ready. And so I think we'll be talking about the same things we talked about the first time. Go back to zoning commission, bring it back to council, finalize that.
Okay, so it is not the RE-1.
It's still
even
R1.
Though we looked at it a year ago. Okay,
Right.
I remember
It's still
that.
R1 effectively too.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Moritz, I just had two questions. The timeline for the project, and then also, does this improvement need to be done first before we do the development of the property?
The property needs to be platted.
Okay, that has to
And
be
so
done first before
can
you
sell
do
the property
anything.
at all.
Okay,
Right.
How
And
about
so-
on this flood control project? We have to plat it first before they do the flood?
No, we don't.
we
What
don't.
we need to do, though, is identify on the plat where the drainage easements are going to be. And so I can't give Brandon that information and get the plat revised until I get the surveyors out there and find out exactly what kind of a drainage easement we're looking at.
Okay.
What's on the plans in the PowerPoint was an estimate given by the Kimley Horn engineer at the time. And so actual on-the-ground measurements need to be taken, then transferred to the plat, then the whole thing can come back before city council. But that does not preclude us from doing any construction. As soon as it's surveyed and we've got the drainage easement agreements filed down at Bear County, we can start that work.
Okay.
So it'll just all fall into place together. And I can't give you a timeline because I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know whether or not we're going to need a nationwide permit from FEMA. There's a lot of unknowns right now.
Okay. But you can get it going.
Yes.
Started.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, very good. Thank you. Any other questions for Melinda? All right. So may I have a motion and a second on 7.3?
I make a motion, we approve 7.3.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilor Charles and a second by Councilor Rodriguez to approve ordinance 7.3 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry.
Mayor, I'm abstaining on this one, and I filed an affidavit because I have some interest in the area as real property.
Okay, so the motion would be 4 ayes and 1 abstention. Is that correct? All right, very good. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you. Okay, moving then to ordinance number 7.4. Ms. Postlev, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, amending ordinance 2018-08, revising previously established land use designations on the future land use plan of the City of Leon Valley Comprehensive Master Plan on approximately 2.4 acres generally located on the north side of Grissom Road, approximately 900 feet west of Poss Road, from retail to multiple family, providing for repeal or severability and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Mr. Milano, do you have any updates on 7.4 for the council?
No, ma'am. No
Okay.
updates.
All right. So the pleasure of the council is?
I make a motion that we approve 7.4 as read.
I second it.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Hody to approve 7.4 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to 7.5 ordinance, second read. Ms. Postlev, if you'll please read that.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council granting a zone change from B2 Retail District with Sustainability Overlay District zoning to R3 Multifamily District with Sustainability District Overlay District zoning on approximately 2.40 acres generally located at 6011 Grissom Road, providing for repeal or severability and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. And Mr. Milan, welcome back. Is there any updates on that particular agenda item?
No, ma'am. No
Okay.
updates either.
All right. So it's what we heard last time. Yes.
So I'll make a motion that we approve 7.5 as presented.
Okay.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to approve 7.5 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to agenda item number 7.6. Ms. Postlev, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council granting a specific use permit for a child care facility on approximately 2.40 acres generally located at 6011 Grissom Road, providing for repeal or severability and savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. And Mr. Milan, any
No, ma'am.
updates? Okay.
Thank you.
Everything stayed the same from the last one? Yes. Ms. Joseph.
I just wanted to ask,
Oops.
got electrocuted.
Okay.
There's already an existing child care, is there? So is this a new facility, or what are we granting them here?
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for the question. So this is an existing child care facility that's currently lawfully operating as the property is zoned B2 with Sustainability Overlay District zoning. So we're initiating a zone change to R3 with Sustainability Overlay District zoning to make the church a permitted use, because right now it's not a permitted use. But when you change it over to R3, now you're kicking out the daycare. And so this is a pretty procedural, housekeeping kind of issue to make everything that's existing be lawfully conforming.
Correct. Did that answer your question? Okay, very good. Thank you. Yes.
I'll make a motion that we pass 7.6 as read.
Okay.
I second.
We have a motion by Councilor Bradshaw and a second by Councilor Alcacer to approve 7.6 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving to the regular agenda, just a few changes. Ms. Mortz has informed me before the meeting that agenda item number 8.5 concerning the electric vehicle charging stations will need to be pulled to a date uncertain. She's still working the specifics out with CPS Energy. So if that's agreeable to the council, we'll pull that one. And then if the pleasure of the council, if we could move agenda item number 8.6 after agenda item number 8.3, just move it up. If that would be acceptable for the council, and then we'll go to 8.4. Okay, thank you for that, and I appreciate your flexibility. So we'll go on to a regular agenda. Again, this is our first reads, no votes. And 8.1, Ms. Postley, if you'll please read that agenda, that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council granting a specific use permit for outside storage on Lot 15, Leon Valley Ranches subdivision, providing for repeal or severability and savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
And Mr. Mullen, good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this is the first of two requests before you this evening regarding the Leon Valley storage facilities on Grissom Road. As you know, there are two facilities on Grissom Road. One is, I would say, the flagship facility, the original facility, one of the oldest businesses in Leon Valley. And the other facility is the annex, which is the subject of our first item here this evening. As you know, both of these facilities are self-storage, and in particular, they are outside storage. And so Mr. Daughtry's request this evening is for a specific use permit for outside storage at the annex. So I'll give you a little bit of the background. I'll try to keep this brief. This is the facility. It's located about a quarter mile from Grissom Road. Here's the annex facility, and here's the primary facility. So the applicant is Mr. Hank Daughtry. He is here this evening and available for any questions following my presentation. Both of the properties are zoned B3 commercial district with the commercial industrial overlay district zoning. And so, as you know, in this area, there's most of the area is a sustainability overlay district. But these properties here, as well as the Miracle Paint and Body facilities, those are all commercial industrial overlay district. And so Mr. Daughtry constructed this facility in 2016. Most recently, he placed some prefabricated storage units at the facility. And there, you can see this is the way the facility currently is. They're kind of illustrated A through J. So if you do the math on that, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different self-storage facilities. So when he came in to start working with staff, the question was, all right, how do we handle these things? What are they? Typically, if you're adding buildings, a building is something that is regulated by the International Building Code. It's usually a permanent structure on a foundation. It's constructed to building code standards. So in working with Mr. Daughtry talking about this, it was my interpretation that these are not buildings. They are little prefabricated structures that are placed there. They were placed there in an afternoon, and they can be removed in an afternoon. They don't meet the International Building Code standards. So in my interpretation, I'm considering them outside equipment. And so that would be a pretty easy situation to solve if the property had a specific use permit for outside storage already. And you look in the code says self-storage is permitted in the B3, but self-storage is only like lockaway storage where it's all inside. They don't keep anything outside. So self-storage means everything's inside. Well, my interpretation of the code, self-storage doesn't mean outside storage. The code says, if you want to have anything outside, not inside, you need an SUP. So this would have been easy if we had an SUP on it, but we didn't go through that process the first time. We should have done that. We didn't. And so because he's asking for something, he's asking for outside storage, it was determined we need to do an SUP, and perfect time to go ahead and make right what's already there, which is what he's already doing. So we have the opportunity here through this SUP process to give him the appropriate zoning for what he has, and also through that action make it possible for me to authorize the permanent placement of these buildings. So again, in my interpretation, it's already operating use. He's done treatment along Grissom Road. He has a screening fence out there. So, you know, there, in terms of what's already there, what he received permits for, it doesn't seem right to reverse course on that, in my opinion, at this point in time, based on what he's already doing, and it doesn't seem right to me to say no to these storage units since he's already doing that. And my recommendation is to approve the SUP and make right what's already there and have the zoning in place to do that. Really, the key consideration on this for me was drainage. This area is, I would say, pretty sensitive when it comes to drainage. There's a lot built out over there. You know, there have been some drainage issues in the past on some of the properties to the south. The county came in and built a channel through there, so that's alleviating some of those issues. But there are still issues out there. When we took this item to the zoning commission, we had some citizens that lived just to the south of this property. Let me go back. Here that had some concerns and said that they've been having some flooding issues on the property. And so we actually tabled this item at the zoning commission to have our engineer look at it a little bit more. Definitely when we started this process with Mr. Daughtry for the SUP, I asked him to provide an additional copy of the drainage analysis that was approved originally with this property, to have them look at that and decide, do they think adding these structures adds additional drainage issues? You know, you're adding more roofs out there. Is that going to offset what was originally approved with the original drainage plan? And our engineer said no. They do not think that there are any drainage issues being caused by adding these structures, and that the drainage systems currently in place on the property is totally sufficient. He has a permagrid system, which is kind of a pervious paving. If you ever go out there, it's not asphalt, it's not concrete, it's a pervious paving system, which kind of has like little plastic cups in the ground, and they're filled with gravel, and so the water is able to sheet flow as it goes over and percolate into the ground, rather than kind of shooting it straight into a detention basin, which is a little bit more traditional method, I would say. But this is definitely a creative way to address drainage on the property. So we were able to address the citizens' issues that, although they may be having some drainage issues on their property that we need to look further into, and that's a continuing conversation that we're having, the issues, our city engineer is confident that the issues that they are having are not being caused by this development. So that was kind of the key thing that we needed to look into, and that was the thing that enabled me to be able to go to the zoning commission and come here tonight and recommend approval to y'all of this specific use permit. With that, I don't have any additional comments on this one.
I was just curious, did the engineer say what the flooding was caused by? I know that's not on this, but I mean, if it's not his property, but they still have an issue with flooding.
He said that there had been some things constructed on their property, which, you know, could potentially be adding to that. Also, I think there's some properties to the east there that could be causing some issues there. So that's kind of something that we're working on.
Separate from this, though, I understand.
Yes,
that.
ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have a final answer on that one yet. That's something that I think we're going to be looking into a little bit more.
But you feel confident that the addition of these 10 storage units do not exacerbate the flooding in the region?
Correct.
Okay.
The 10 storage units aren't exacerbating it, and the development itself outside of those storage units are not exacerbating it either.
Okay, very good.
Yes,
and I see Mr. Daughtry is here. How are you? Good evening and welcome. Would you like to say anything on your particular agenda item this evening before we open it up for any questions from our council?
Henry Daughtry, Jr.
Hi, how are you today?
And thank you for entertaining our concern.
Sure.
And I'd be glad to address any questions if any of you have any. And I appreciate the thorough look that the development director did.
Mm-hmm.
It was actually engineered 3 separate times. First time when we developed the property, KFW Engineering did it on our behalf, and then it was looked at again later on as this came up, and then it came back and the city's engineer re-looked and examined everything. So it's been thoroughly vetted, I would say.
Okay.
Do you have any questions?
Well, yes, Councilor Alcacer.
It was vetted kind of after the fact, though, Mr. Daughtry, that you just put them there without the city's permission?
I was under the impression that it was not necessary. It was pointed out later on that that was correct. A little history, if you go back to 1993 when we bought that property from a fellow named Earl Ewell, he had it, his certificate of occupancy said auto, boat, RV storage. That's what our C of O says, auto, boat, storage at 6,300 or 6,200 Grissom. So we, and in fact, in 1996, just to be sure, because we were continuing to do outdoor storage, and I wrote a letter to a lady by the name of, Melinda Moritz. And I said, would you get us a determination letter? And the response came back from Jeanette Honerman.
That's a long time ago.
January 16th of 1996. And it said, this is based on the available, this is Zone C3. The use automobile vehicle storage is allowed. And it goes on to say, basically, the determination was that we were doing that. And our C of O, when we bought the annex, said that we're operating as an annex of 6200 Grissom Road. So it just, in my mind, flowed through that, because we've been doing outdoor storage since forever, if you will, almost. So that's how that went about. We thought we had what we didn't have. And we've done a lot of housekeeping. Brandon can point out that buildings were built on lot lines. Over the last 2 years, we've spent $40,000 to get that replatted. We abandoned lot lines, did a bunch of things to try to get everything up one bit by bit, because that property dates back to World War II, when it was an airplane hangar originally. And so to answer your question, we thought we didn't need that, but okay, so we're going to go back and try to make sure we're in compliance, because that's the way we like to try to operate.
I appreciate that. The other question, I guess, has to do with the next one. When you put them there, you knew about the setbacks from the road, did you not? That's a different issue, but the setbacks from the road, you put them right up next to the road, next to the fence. That's what the picture looks like. And there's a city requirement of setbacks. Wasn't that prior to?
Well, they're not sitting on the fence line. It may look as though they are, but they're sitting back from the fence line, and they're not up by the road. They're at the neighbor's lot line.
So Brandon, were they permitted to be that close to Grissom Road by?
Well, they're probably the closest one from Grissom Road, I'm guessing, is 15 feet away. I'm not sure how far they're not right on the fence line. And it's behind a private, you can't see them from Grissom Road. You don't know they're there.
That's because of the bushes?
No, because of a fence. We spent about $30,000 on a fence system across there when we got our original permits back in, what was it, 2014 or 14, I guess, when we did all that work.
So the other part coming up is about the fence.
The other part is about a fence for the old property that we volunteered to build. We weren't told to do it. We simply said we'd like to do some privacy fencing for curb appeal and whatever. And we've been working 2 years toward getting to the point where we can get permission, because as it currently, we got to get a variance in order to do that. So sometimes it takes a long time to do what seems to make sense.
All right, thank you, sir.
So, Mr. Doherty, on this property, that's where you're putting that's where the prefab storage units were?
Yes, ma'am.
It looked like they were sitting on timbers. Are they ever going to be?
Well, they're on concrete blocks.
Concrete
they're on cinder blocks.
So they're always.
They're used for leveling purposes. Plus, they keep it directly. They're not sitting flat on the surface. Water runs underneath them.
Yeah, so it's always going to look like that. But they're not seen from the road, right?
No, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
All right, any other questions? Yes, Councilor Hody.
Good evening, Mr. Daughtry.
Hi.
What sorts of items would be stored in this size of a outside container?
Could be anything from household goods typically would be the most likely item. Just anything you'd typically put in a self-storage unit.
Okay, all right, so nothing different. And then the fence that you were talking about on this property, is it the same all the way around, the same type of fencing?
On the annex property?
Mm-hmm.
The annex fence in the front is called a fence-crete, and maybe we can pull that up. Right there. It's a concrete fence. It's called fence-crete.
Okay.
And that's the same type of fence that we're going to be asking for permission with a variance to build, except higher than that one on the other side on the old property, just from a privacy standpoint.
And the sides in the back, or what?
On the side, as you're facing the property to the right, it's a chain link fence, which is next to the shop over there where they do the, what's it called?
Welding?
Miller Machine Shop. Mm-hmm. It's a commercial location. So there's a chain link fence on that side. On the left side between us and the landscape company is a wooden fence that they had built. And on the back side of our property is a 8-foot-high privacy wooden fence that we erected as part of the construction process.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Chief,
Thank
did you
you.
have something to add?
I do, ma'am. So I was involved, I think this actually started before Brandon got here. And so I was involved in the initial meetings with Mr. Daughtry. And I just want, regardless of how y'all vote in the long run on this, I just want to thank Mr. Daughtry from second one when we brought up these issues, these areas of concerns that were found during our inspections when the team went out. He was all about, how do I get in compliance? It wasn't making excuses. I wasn't arguing. It was, I didn't know. I'll tell you, this is a great example of partnership from day one with Mr. Daughtry. And I'll tell you, it's also an example of what happens if you don't, for us, enforce the rules throughout the years. Because a lot of stuff that was there had been there for generations. And even though the laws were in place, nobody had done anything to make sure that they were in compliance. And had we told him 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago that he needed to fix this, he would have fixed it on the spot. So from day one, he wanted the higher fence so it looks better from the street. From day one, he wanted to fix these things. And so I just want to publicly say thank you to Mr. Daughtry and also to the rest of the community, as you saw with the church coming in and getting in compliance. You know, we're not trying to be onerous in our rules. We're just trying to get compliance so that everything is done right, so that everybody's safe, that there's no flooding that's caused here by some of the problems that we know are created by some of his neighbors, which we're going to have to deal with. And so this is just a great example of, if we're allowed to do our jobs and we do our jobs and working closely with the public here and our business owners, that through great teamwork and cooperation, we can make sure that we come to a great resolution in the long run. So thank you, Mr. Daughtry, for doing that.
Okay. Thank you, Chief, for those words. All right. Yes, anyone else? All right, so this is a first read, Mr. Daughtry. We'll put this on for the second read on January the 7th, 2020, and that's when we can approve this. But we do need 2 reads as per our charter. Okay. If there's no further questions on this particular agenda item, we'll move then to agenda item 8.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on a resolution granting a request by Henry Daughtry for a variance to section 3.05.006 of the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances regarding required front yard setback for a screening fence at 6200 Grissom Road, generally located on the south side of Grissom Road, approximately 300 feet west of Poss Road. And again, we have Mr. Milan here to present. Good
Thank you
evening,
again, Mayor and Council. Welcome. So we were just talking about the fence that exists on the annex property. Mm-hmm. And so now we're going to talk about a potential fence replacement on Mr. Daughtry's flagship property at 6200 Grissom Road. And so when I first started working with Mr. Daughtry about the storage units, you know, he told me that he's wanting to add a nicer fence down at his main facility. At the main facility, he has a kind of a chain link fence with a barbed wire on top. It's been there for some time. It's right on the property line. It's about 10 feet tall, I guess. And so he wants to add the fence-crete and replace that fence. And so this one's a little bit complicated looking at the code. Our building code, our zoning code really doesn't have any requirements as far as fences goes. But our building code actually has requirements for fences. So there's requirements for residential fences, there's requirements for commercial fences that abut residential properties, and then there's also requirements for screening. There's actually requirements for screening outside storage. It doesn't have a height limitation. It just says that the wall needs to be high enough to shield the views. So if you had 20 feet of equipment there, feasibly you could put up a King Kong wall there. And so, but what it says is, and we'll look at that in the future, I think, but what it says is that fence has to observe the setbacks. And so that's what creates a problem here for Mr. Daughtry, is as we looked at the pictures, his facility is totally built out down there. Let me see if, there we go. It's totally built out, and the fence line currently runs right here. And so, in order to replace that fence, he needs to be able to, he needs a variance in order to make any kind of changes, because right now that's a legally non-conforming fence. It's been there for a long time, predates these requirements. So here's a subject property. I'll just give a little bit of background, again, more background on it. Here's a subject property. It's surrounded by B3 zoning. You have some R3 zoning across the street. Here's the property, the church that we just rezoned, and also butts up to the Leon Valley ranches that are off of El Verde Road. To give you a little bit more background on it, the property applied the Sustainability Overlay District classification to the property, and then that zoning was changed to Commercial Industrial Overlay to potentially allow for, I anticipate, some expansion of the property and also for his annex property. And like I said, since these changes, Mr. Daughtry has been working with all of us, as Chief pointed out. So right now, the fence that's at the annex facility is 8 feet tall. Went out there and measured it. 8 foot tall fence, or 8 foot tall wall. And what he's wanting to do is build this particular wall at his property, at the exact same type of wall at the main facility. The only issue is, and let me just go ahead and jump ahead. I already talked about a lot of that. Let me go ahead and jump ahead here, guys. There we go. Here's what you can see. So here's, this is I would say the western part of his property, like if you're heading kind of out of town, down Grissom Road. And then here's as you move further up Grissom Road and you're getting closer to Bandera Road. So you can see that there are some kind of grade issues. The road drops down a lot right here, probably, geez, I'd say about maybe 4 feet or so. 4 to 6 feet, yeah. And let me see, sorry guys, this is jumping ahead a lot. And then it eventually levels out once you get kind of to the eastern part of his property. So I'd say kind of the main thing that I was looking at on this is, okay, there's a reason why the code has the requirement for the wall to be set back, is that if you have a big wall right at the street, that has the potential to be pretty imposing, maybe not be very nice. And so also, for pedestrians, there's a lot of things you have to think about in terms of, especially with scale and what that means. This is kind of a major gateway into the city. And so main thing that I was concerned about was just looking at that height. So we already have 8 feet down at the annex facility. We know what that's like. That looks nice. Everybody thought that looked nice. So I don't have any issues with 8 feet going here on this property, particularly where the grade levels out. But what he's wanting to do, he's wanting a little bit higher. He's wanting to do about 10 feet down here where the grade drops off. Because if you go down this ledge here and you brought 8 feet, you're not really going to be concealing anything. He's just going to be spending a lot of money on looking right over the wall. So my concern there was just, giving him the ability to have a little bit more height, so he's actually accomplishing something from that wall, but also making sure that we're not letting it be 15 feet tall.
So is it safe to say it's 10 feet all the way across?
No, it'll be no more than, and so I'll get staff's recommendations in a minute.
Oh,
But what
okay.
I'm saying, my recommendation is that it never be more than 8 feet taller than whatever the grade of the road is.
Oh, okay. I guess
So
I missed that.
yeah, so then you're still accomplishing that. So say potentially if it drops down 4 feet, it could go up to 12. He said he only wants to do 10, but it can't ever be any taller than 8 feet from the road.
Okay,
So that's what I thought was kind of a reasonable.
So this fence will, this concrete fence will replace the chain link fence there. And how
Yes,
about
ma'am.
that other picture?
It'll replace the chain link fence
Yeah,
all
how
the way
about
down
that
the
other
street.
picture where the fence is right on the street? You had another picture. That one.
There we go.
So is that where the concrete wall's going to be, right where those,
It'll be behind the bushes.
behind the bushes? Okay, good. I just.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, behind the bushes. That's what I was thinking. I thought, gosh, that can't be right on the.
Saying there's no.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Mr. Daughtery, could you speak into the microphone?
Okay,
Thank
sorry
you.
about that.
Uh-huh.
What you're looking at there, that
Okay.
railing is a TxDOT rail.
Okay.
That's a pedestrian railing and sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
The fence starts to the right of that structure, comes out from the edge of the building, and so it's just a fence replacing a fence. And it's purely for privacy purposes. It just gets rid of the ugly chain link and replaces it with that. But no, there's that pedestrian railing is between the street and the sidewalk. That's a TxDOT structure there.
Good, thank you for that. I didn't know that. All right,
Any other
very good.
questions?
Any other questions for Mr.
And it is the same company that did the other fence called Fencecrete.
Yeah.
And we had an engineer do all of that. They require that before they will do that.
Right. Okay, very good. Anything else?
So just want to point out, the main things we have to look at anytime we have a variance are whatever the criteria is that the code provides. We talked a lot about Board of Adjustment. We've got criteria for that. This is not a BOA variance. It's not a zoning variance because they're not requesting a variance. He's not requesting a variance or something in our zoning code. If this regulation were in our zoning code, we wouldn't be here tonight. We would have gone to the Board of Adjustment for this. But this is actually a variance from a requirement of our building code. And so for things outside of the zoning code, those variances come here to City Council. And so there are actually some criteria in Chapter 3.08, which is the section of the building code addressing fences. And so it has some criteria for consideration by the council. And so took the opportunity to provide a finding on those criteria for y'all to discuss and make an ultimate determination on. So just 3 criteria. One is there are special circumstances or conditions affecting the land involved such that the strict application of the provisions of this article would deprive the applicant of the reasonable use of the land. In my opinion, the criterion is not applicable. There aren't any conditions of the land. The property is currently built out. And so what he's trying to do is just replace a fence. And so I think there's a public good to making a better fence in place of what's there right now. Again, 2, the variance is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of a substantial property right of the applicant. Again, this isn't, he's not asking for something so that he can enjoy his property even more. He's asking for something so he can make his property more attractive than what it is right now. So I don't necessarily find that criterion to be applicable. Lastly, the granting of the variance will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare or injurious to other property in the area. I do not believe that this variance is going to be detrimental to anybody. I think a Fencecrete fence is far superior aesthetically to the chain link fence that's there right now, allowing for view of what's being there. So really, I think the only criterion that's applicable is 3. And so with that, based on that, I'm recommending approval of the variance.
Okay. All right. Councilor Alcazar.
Didn't it used to be you had to have all 3? Couldn't you say not applicable, and now is it okay to have 1 out of 3?
No, you're right. The code says the council has to find in favor of all 3. So, I'd probably defer to the city attorney on that one. If 2 of them really don't fit, how do you?
Yeah, it's in the conjunctive. You have to find all 3 are applicable to provide a variance.
So would that mean we'd have to deny it if we don't find all 3 of them are applicable?
Under your code, you have 3 criteria, and it's and, not or. And so that requires you to find all three to be true, not necessarily applicable, but true. There may be evidentiary factors to consider that you can make those findings. I don't know, but that's the way the code's written.
So maybe I'd take number one and say there are special circumstances or conditions affecting the land. I would.
I know you mentioned it's all built out, and so that may be something that would affect the land.
Yeah. Doesn't say topography necessarily, as it says just affecting the land. It's it's maybe in that case.
And I suggest that you not do it tonight, but you figure it out and bring it back with the second read.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, this was a resolution, so we could have passed it tonight, is my understanding. Is that correct?
That's correct. You can pass this tonight.
Y'all can table it if you want to, and I can articulate some findings a little bit more on this before the next time. Maybe work with our city attorney to make sure that those findings are pretty concrete, and then.
Well, especially since he just said we had to find all three, so in order to grant a variance.
Unfortunately, if you look after 2 where it says "and," that's the problem. If it said
Right.
"or,"
exactly.
That's good.
Okay, very good. So, with that said, yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
Can we not justify these right now? I mean, the second one, you talked about the first one already. The second one, the variance is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of the substantial property right of the applicant. I would say privacy is a substantial enjoyment of a property right. And he doesn't have
That's
privacy
certainly
right
acceptable from a legal basis. Yeah, that would be acceptable. And then I think there was an argument that the land was built out.
Yeah, on the first one.
Number 1. Number 2 would be privacy, and number 3 is, okay.
You don't think it's better that we come back and be presented the reasons why instead of having that clearly right there?
All I'm concerned about is on the record that you make the findings, and the findings are legally supportable. And so it's what's reasonable, not what I subjectively believe. And I would say that what's been articulated as findings for 1, that because the land's built out, that there's circumstances and conditions, that's legally supportable. And 2, the need for privacy would be legally supported for the necessary for the preservation of enjoyment and substantial property rights. And 3 has already been articulated by your city planner. I'm not saying I'm not casting any weight on any of that, just to say they're legally supportable if you wanted to take that action.
So I recommending in favor of the variance. I just have a couple of conditions that I recommend that y'all approve the variance with, or 3 conditions. 1, that the fence be constructed entirely of masonry or a prefabricated masonry wall system such as fencecrete of similar appearance as traditional masonry. 2, that the height of the wall at the grade of the property line shall not be limited, but provided at no point shall the height of the wall exceed 8 feet as measured from the grade of the surface of the roadway immediately in front of the wall. And 3rd, that the wall be placed behind, there's some existing shrubs. Mr. Daughtry has said that he's, I think, in the place where the shrubs are, he's not going to put a wall there, but, if he has some existing landscaping, that the wall be placed behind existing shrubs or shrubs be planted to further screen the wall, similar to the existing facility. The annex, he put some screening out there, and so that's part of the recommendation, is that some vegetative shrubs or something be added to the wall, especially in the part where it's pretty tall, just to provide for some buffering and scale down the wall a little bit. So with that, I'm recommending approval with the conditions. Happy to take any additional questions.
Okay. Yes,
Yeah.
Councilor
Is there
Officer.
room for vegetation where the concrete structure is? Like a culvert or something there?
I think there may be some complications there, so in that case, I'd recommend that something be added. We could maybe get a little more creative with that. Maybe, are there going to be any issues with putting shrubs in? Maybe we can require some ferns to grow on it. So, attached to it, vines,
If I
exactly.
could get it to grow out of solid concrete, I would, but that's the reality is, to be candid, I think the areas we're dealing with are already pretty much concrete. and it's up to the fence line. And once you get over into TxDOT's domain, they get to be real picky about what you do out there. So I would hate to commit to something that I might not be able to do realistically. But it'll certainly look better than what's there right now, because it looks like Stalag 17. You know, it's a remnant from way back there. And I think in the public good, it certainly looks better from that standpoint.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so what is the pleasure of the council on this particular
move that
agenda item, resolution?
We approve 8.2 with making sure that the legalese is included as suggested by the city attorney.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to approve resolution 8.2 as presented with the additional legal legal supportive findings as presented by the city attorney. Any further discussion? Yes, Councilor Hody.
Since and I think I've seen that before, it is all concrete down there, so it's a shame that nothing can be planted, because further down at the annex, it really looks nice with the plantings in front of the wall, but I understand this is better than, you know, not doing it. Is there going to be any kind of, is the wall solid at the bottom, and the fact that that's kind of a drainage area, is that going to affect anything if you put a solid wall in there versus the chain link?
So I'll just, from a procedural standpoint, when the fence comes in, you know, he'll have to submit more construction quality documents to us before that happens. And so for good measure, I'll be sending those off to the city engineer just to make sure there isn't any issues, and maybe he needs to put some little things at the bottom for water to go through. So we'll have some procedures on our end.
Well, and yes, we will be very sensitive to that. And the fellow with Fence-Crete that comes out, these guys are really, they're experts at this. They do this all the time in subdivisions and wherever. And so anywhere water needs to run under, it will. In some cases, it'll be flush with the existing concrete, but in all cases where water needs to keep running, it will absolutely do so.
Very good.
For the record, did we have a first and a second on that motion?
We did. Councilor Alcacer and Councilor Bradshaw. Mhm.
We missed it, and so we wanted to make
okay,
sure we
yeah.
had the record right. Thank you.
You did. All right, so we had the motion and the second, and we had discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, Mr. Daugherty, for being here this evening. Do appreciate the input that you've given the council on this decision. All right, we're moving then to agenda item number 8.3. Ms. Postle, if you'll please read that,
Didn't you want to jump?
that ordinance. I'm sorry?
Didn't you want to jump to 8.6?
No, I was going to do it after because we have some guests in the audience that I want to get to. Yes.
An
Good
ordinance of-
evening back. Oh, I'm sorry. One thing and then the next thing. Excuse me.
An
Go
ordinance
ahead.
of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, City Council granting a specific use permit for entertainment indoor use at 6400 Bandera Road, more specifically described as Lot 41, Block 2, Linthicum Road subdivision. Sorry, probably butchered that.
That's a
Number
weird
six-
subdivision name.
Number 69, the specific use permit being limited to the tenant suite identified as 6412 Bandera Road, providing for repeal or severability and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date. How do you
Thank you.
pronounce it?
I'm not sure. She asked how you pronounced it.
I think it's Linthicum subdivision. Yeah, I had to focus on that one when writing the legal description.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Milan. If you'll continue, please.
Ma'am.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, thank you. I'll be brief on this one. This one's pretty straightforward. This is a specific use permit request for entertainment indoor use over at the shopping center that the Rita's facility is in. It's limited to one tenant suite. It's exactly right next door to the Rita's. The applicant is Ms. Tamala McLennan. She is here this evening with a colleague of hers, and they're here to answer questions. So the request, as I mentioned, it's specifically limited to the tenant space labeled 6412. It's kind of confusing. When I send out notice, I always have to send out notice according to what BCAD says. BCAD says the address for the facility is 6400, but they've labeled the tenant suites that it's not A, B, or C. It's actually 6412. So that's how I have to kind of legally do that. There you go. There's a floor plan of the facility, or site plan of the facility. There's Grass Hill. There's Bandera Road. You're heading north to Helotes, that direction. There's Rita's. There's the old Gold's Gym. So it's just going in that small little 1,500 square foot facility. They're an event venue. They plan to offer event planning services for weddings, birthdays, and civic meetings. As everybody's familiar, we've done quite a few of these. Our code currently requires specific use permits for lots of things. Entertainment indoor is one of them. You know, we're planning to redo our zoning code once we do a comp plan to maybe make some of these things more administrative, but for right now we're stuck with SUPs. That's how we regulate these things. Property is located in the B2. It's also in the Sustainability Overlay District, and this is classified as entertainment indoors, so they need an SUP. So all the properties in this area, they're all also zoned B2. The property butts up to R1, so that's kind of one of the considerations is, one of the main things you look at with an SUP, it's really impact. Like I've said, when the code says something requires an SUP, it's understood that use is more or less compatible, but there may be some certain aspects of that particular use that we need to look at a little more detailed level. So in this case, it backs up R1, so that kind of validates why we need to look at a detail level. Skip. There you go. There's the exact suite there. That looks familiar to everybody. On this request, really, like I said, there's about three main concerns. One, we look at parking. Is parking going to be an issue? Well, the facility is already built out. It's a retail center. They have ample parking over there. You can look at the parking lot. There's tons of extra parking there. And it's a very small space, only 1,500 square feet, so I don't have any concerns about parking. We look at, is it compatible with other uses? Yeah, there's a restaurant next door. So I think entertainment indoor, a little venue, that's compatible with a restaurant. And the other thing that we look at is noise. And as we've discussed, we have a noise ordinance that's in place right now. And so we already have regulations on the books that we can make sure to govern whether things were to maybe get too loud. The only concern, staff's recommending approval. The only concerns we have is just making sure, as always, that when you have an SUP, you need to make sure you legally define the extent of it. And so we're recommending approval with the condition that this be limited to the 1,500 square foot space. If they want to expand, they need to come back to zoning commission and council and ask for more. And also that security be provided at events in which alcohol will be served. That was staff's recommendation. And then we went to the zoning commission. I didn't add it on here, but we went to the zoning commission, and the zoning commission said, "What does security mean?" Which was a really great question. And so what the zoning commission ended up recommending was that a certified peace officer, not just security, but that a certified peace officer be required, at least one certified peace officer be required. So they wanted to further define that. So staff's original recommendation was security. Zoning commission's recommendation was approval unanimously, subject to Exhibit A, and that one certified peace officer be present at each event that serves alcohol. So with that, staff definitely recommends the zoning commission's recommendation and recommends approval.
What are the hours?
I'm going to defer to our applicants here.
I'm realizing that that shopping center does buttress behind a neighborhood. So, Ms. McClellan, good evening and welcome. We're glad you're here. And
good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
The hours, actually, I kind of looked at that when I was at the strip center. Rita's closes at 3 o'clock, so I'm not going to have any issues with that. There is enough space between us and the R1, the neighborhood behind us, and we're facing this way. We had a big buffer of Rita's, so even a sideways, we're actually recessed in.
Okay.
So I don't see that. I don't see it having any live bands or anything like that, so the noise issue wouldn't be an issue.
All right. Very
So minimal DJ type of thing, but I'm looking at baby showers, stuff like that, some of the smaller events.
Okay, very good, thank you. That was my question. Anyone else?
I have a question.
Yes,
for
Councilor.
Councilor Brandon.
Mr. Milan. Oh, if you'll just stay because we're going to open up a public hearing and somebody may have another question for you.
I was just wondering, is that the second one entertainment, indoor entertainment for that same shopping center?
No, ma'am, not.
One, this was pulled before?
Yes, so this went to the zoning commission back, she's probably in August, I think. And so we went to the zoning commission, and then when we were there, the fire marshal's been coming, and the fire marshal said, hey, that facility doesn't have a sprinkler system in it. And so in between zoning and council, Mrs. McLennan worked with the fire department to figure out if this was going to be an ongoing issue or whether this is something that we can resolve. And so she worked with Captain Garcia and Assistant Chief Burnside to come up with a solution. And what they're going to do is they're going to expand, I think, the bathroom area a little bit. That way,
We're going to build a storage area to take out 100 square feet.
Yeah, so when they drop that square footage down, then it drops the occupancy down, and when you drop the occupancy down, it gets below the threshold for needing a fire sprinkler. So that's how everybody was able to work together and solve that problem.
Okay, all right.
And that's why there's a pause between zoning commission and now, and so she emailed me and said, we figured it out, and so I put it on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Chief, did you have something to add?
I do. And this is the difference between the word served, provided, or present for alcohol. Are y'all planning to get a TBC license?
Yes, eventually.
Okay.
It's not going to be right away. We're not looking at alcohol right away.
Okay, so will y'all be allowing for people to bring their own bottles in between the time that you apply and get your license?
Okay, and then, I need to make sure we've got your answered on, that's right, on.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Allowing to be BYOB.
Mm-hmm.
But I do not have anything booked right away as far as that. I'm looking at more of a mimosa, champagne orange juice for bridal showers, baby showers, things like that.
Okay.
So big events that I would have to have. We have TABC. I have been in business already. I've been in business for 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
We have TABC certified bartenders if needed, if we have any alcohol at the event. Even if it's BYOB and we're selling setups, we still have that TABC bartender there.
Okay.
So one thing I'd ask, ma'am, is that now that we know that instead of just saying will be served, you could also include where BYOB is brought as well. So if it's present, if alcohol's present at all, so it's not just served, it's present or served or available. Well, it's not going to be available by them. Any kind of alcohol events will have, if they're allowing alcohol, they have to have an officer there for security. So because served means you're serving it. If you want to get around the law, you can say, well, we're not serving it, they're bringing it. And that's what we don't want. If it's present, we want an officer there.
Okay. All right. Very good.
I have absolutely no problem with that, and I didn't even see around that. So I just assumed this, and I apologize. Any kind of alcohol in the place will have security there.
Okay. Very good. All right. If there's no further questions from the council, we do have a public hearing on this SUP request, and at 9:55, I'll open up the public hearing. Is there anyone in our chambers that would like to address the council on this SUP request? Okay, seeing no one, then I'll close the public hearing at 9:55, and we will take the second read on January the 7th, 2020. So thank you all very much. Okay. We are now moving agenda item number 8.6 next. And Ms. Pastelet, if you'll please read that agenda item. Thank you.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council, amending the City of Leon Valley, Texas municipal budget for fiscal year 2019-2020 for the general fund in the amount of $11,823 and for community center in the amount of $11,823 for a total of $23,646, with funding coming from the Economic and Community Development Project funding to provide funding for the purpose of purchasing ActiveNet software system, amending the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances Appendix A Schedule of Fees, Section A2000, Administrative Fees, subsection A2.002, Return Check Charges, to add new language and providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a mouthful. I know, for all this. Anyway, good evening, Ms. Acuna, and welcome. We appreciate you being here. And you have a presentation.
Yes, so what we're going to talk about tonight is the ActiveNet software. We've gotten a lot of calls throughout the years for online reservations for all of our city amenities. And so that's what this is about. And bear with me, it's way past my bedtime, and I'm not real good with this clicker thing. So it's to consider an approval of an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment in the amount of $23,645,000 that we've got from the Economic and Community Development Fund. And that would be put in our Parks and Community Center Fund in the amount of $11,822.50 for each fund. And it would go to get this membership, online reservations for the park, any kind of membership to the pool, any special events, Earthwise Living vendors, 4th of July vendors, and whenever someone rents the community and conference center. We would also need an ordinance to change the code to allow for charges for this software, and those fees are listed there, for the online system. Currently, the background on any kind of application or reservation for the pool, the pavilion, the fields, community and conference, any special event are all done in person. We do not have a mechanism to do it online at all. And we've gotten lots of complaints and suggestions and friendly hints that we'd like to do it online. And so that's what I found. The city of San Antonio actually utilizes this same online program, and they've had really good success with it. That's what I was hoping for the same here. So this is a little bit about the ActiveNet. It's a membership management platform, that has facility program registration. It offers a lot more than we currently need, but the availability is there. I don't foresee us using it for childcare, but I mean, it's something, or locker rentals, but that's part of it. It does make lives easier for all of us. It streamlines the process for staff and generates community goodwill for, residents and non-residents to get their reservation online. We do have most of our renters for the community conference center and parks are non-Leon Valley residents. We do have a few, but
Yeah. I was just thinking, Yvonne, when you said registration, would that be the ability for, like, for instance, our town hall meeting, people could go online and register, so we would know how many people would be there?
the only problem with that is there's a fee involved, so we wouldn't really want to use it for that. We would want to use it for more. Right.
I was just thinking you could just use it without.
But it would be available. This program has a calendar, so if you were to register, and you can register for free. You have the ability to schedule your calendar with events that are in the city. So, your family could kind of all sync in together. If Sally has swim lessons and you've rented the park, and your mother's having a party, and then there's a town hall, all that could be incorporated in your individual calendar when you register. So that could be done that way. And so this is just some more information on the functions, program registrations. Like I said, it's got a lot of, options that we don't necessarily need, but according to them, there's a 45% increase in online registrations using the ActiveNet, as opposed to, we don't have any now, so,
Go from 0 to 100%.
Right. So it would improve operations for city staff, become more efficient, no double bookings, no errors in posting to the wrong account, when the payment is taken, it's all streamlined. Increased participation in the city, and people can get better understanding of what's available in facilities. Everything is real, on time, live. So the calendar that's on the city, that's on this software, for instance, for the community conference centers, is live. So if you want to go in and I'm having a wedding, what's available, I can go in and see what's available without having to call. And maybe it's on the weekend, it's 2 a.m. and you decide I'm getting married, I want to look. We're not here, but you can go look and say that day's available, I'm going to book it right now. And there's no problem with
But
it.
right now you can get online to check the availability of the conference and community center, but you can't make the reservation, right?
You can't book it. I don't think that the calendars.
But it'll show if it's available,
Right.
but you
But
never.
again, that's subject to human error. If someone forgets to, and again, I'm not pointing any fingers, but if someone forgets, we're all human, to put that in, and you think it's available. And so this would effectively eliminate all that. And of course, they take care of all the PCI compliance, which is, you know, the credit card data standard industry. They take care of all that so that we're not subject to that, the customer's data.
Okay, so
being
the 5.25% and the 2 point whatever. So tell me the difference,
So
and,
the
and that
difference-
goes to the company, right? They get to charge that extra.
So the 5.52% includes two fees. So the 3% fee is the credit cards,
Credit
just
cards.
completely the credit card processing fee, which anyone.
That's standard. Yeah.
The other, the 2.52 is the technology fee. So, you know, to cover the costs of, you know, updates and upgrades and just kind of technical maintenance.
And so does the city get those percentage, or do we pay something? No, we're going to pay for the whole program now. So the city would get those fees on top of the, like $100 for the reservation of the community
So
center?
no, those fees go directly to the ActiveNet. The 3%
back
goes
to
to
the
the credit
ActiveNet.
card
Okay.
provider, right, and then the ActiveNet, yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Just like your regular credit
Correct,
card?
correct.
Yeah,
And
gotcha.
so, yeah, so those fees would be charged to the user.
Okay.
Right.
All right, thank
And
you.
so, again, here's an example of the facility
Mhm.
reservation. It's got a live calendar you'd get to see. You can also post pictures and diagrams of, for instance, the park maybe, or the pictures of the community and conference center, you know, so that people could actually see what they would be renting.
Mhm. So I guess somebody's going to have to monitor this, right?
So the.
Will it be Maribel, I guess, or?
I'm sorry, I
No.
like got myself out of there.
Oh, well, excuse me.
So the Maribel, yes, Maribel, the receptionist, ourselves in Public Works for the parks and the pools, we would all be able to, you know, get in there. What we figured we would start with is two, they're like pin pads. We would have the receptionist have one and the court girls would have one, so that if someone comes in, it's utilized through that. At the pools, we'll also have them so people could come to the pool and pay for their pool memberships there or day passes, and they don't have to come over here, or they could do it online. I mean, they have the option. But yeah, so that's what how we would initially handle it. And so then all of us, you know, have access to the system to see. Of course, Maribel would be more interested in her community conference center, whereas, I mean, that's not something that I'm going to look into, but we would all have a portion.
Okay. Wow, okay.
Sorry, did you fix me
Wait to
here?
look at it online.
Yeah.
I know the pool has been a big issue.
Yes.
People have been wanting to pay that credit card online, so.
Yes, exactly. And so this is just the fiscal impact of what the amount would go to for each, for the two departments, and then the fees that we would have to change. And so, you know, at the November 20th meeting, we were given that, you know, the recommendation for that money.
All right. Okay.
And stand available for any questions. I'm
Okay,
going to
so
leave
the
that
higher, so the higher fee is online and the lower fee is when they come in person?
Correct.
That's
yes.
what I saw
So
there.
if they come in person,
Okay.
they only pay that 2.52%.
Okay.
Yes.
So that saves some money.
Correct.
Okay. Counselor Bradshaw?
I'm just trying to, so I understand it right. 23,646 is what we pay for the software.
Correct.
Upfront, and then they continue to earn 2.52% of every transaction that's done online. Is that correct?
Correct.
company
And the
does.
3% goes to the credit card. Correct.
Right. So have we calculated what their estimated earnings would be like in a year at 2.52%? Based on all our rentals of places?
Well, so they estimate our transaction history or transactions for the year to be about 160,000. And so if you calculate, you know, 5.52% of that, that's about $8,800 for the 5.52. If you're talking about just the 2 point, then it's about, a little half than that. Yeah.
So is this pricing that they gave us based on, was it a set price or was it based on our usage?
So that price was based on our size of a city and how many, you know,
They're expected.
correct, and what our revenues were for the specific amenities.
Right.
And so that's how it was geared to. And so that, the fee, that 3%, which is industry standard, you know, anywhere you go, there's a fee that's incurred, whether you know, go online or in person. And then that's what that 3% is. The other part is just that technology fee, just to make sure that everything is, you know, current.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right. Any other questions? Yes, Counselor Arquez.
I just want to thank you for the effort you put into this to make this possible, because that is a chronic complaint.
Thank you. It is.
Thank you.
That's why I said, Yvonne, we got to hear it tonight.
I know.
We got to move on this. Yeah, because she was going, this is way past my bedtime.
Way past my bedtime.
Okay. Well, but thank you.
Sure.
I also wanted to just let you know, not only was it Yvonne's idea to refuse to quit and find a vendor out there, she's the one who did the research and eventually found this vendor for us. So
Great.
anyway, this is all her baby. So thank you, Yvonne.
Wonderful. All right. Anyone else? Okay, so this is our first read, so we will put the second read on January 7th.
Ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
Have a good
we'll
evening.
yes, have a good evening. And all right, so then we will move to agenda item number 8.4, which is our last agenda item. And Ms. Postlew, if you'll please read that ordinance.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, amending Section 1.04.001 of the Code of Ordinances to consolidate the meeting date and time rules with the rules of conduct and decorum for public meetings and hearings held by the City Council adopted in Ordinance Number 2019-48, and making substantive and non-substantive revisions to the rules of conduct and decorum, providing for repeal or severability and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Wow, that was a mouthful.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Urquhart, and welcome.
Oh, the Honorable Mayor and
Yes,
Council,
we
thank you
for
very
being
much.
here. I didn't realize you were going to present it. It said Ms. Kinsler, so thank you.
Are you presenting?
Well,
I actually did the PowerPoint for you, but we decided you would present. I'd be happy to if you wanted me to.
No, I'm good.
okay, very good. That's why I'm saying
Want
thank
to
you
say
for being
season
here.
greetings, and you know, our office was asked to look at ordinance number 201948, which is your ordinance on conduct and decorum. And the first thing we noticed was it wasn't published in your code of ordinances. And knowing that the City Council, you know, values transparency, we asked the city manager if we could have it codified in your code of ordinances.
Yeah.
That would serve two purposes. One, everyone could go on Franklin's and look at the regulations, and two, we could cure some just codification challenges that the current ordinance has, where it uses bullet points, and then there's written out section numbers and then just section numbers. So we tried to cure that by codifying it. And then the question is, well, where do we put it? And looking at your code, you have section 1.04.001, which is the rules of rules of meeting. And it tells when your meetings are going to be conducted and that the meetings are going to be open to the public. And so seeing that, we said, well, that's the logical place to put this ordinance, so we consolidated 201948 with section 1.04.001. And I'm always got too fast a trigger. So we added some definitions, and we added definitions just to make it easier to read the ordinance more readable, so that so certain things would have certain meanings, like staff is just shall mean an employee of or a consultant contracted by the city. Another one, member shall mean an elected or appointed member of city council, and then you have citizen shall mean any person other than a member or staff who wishes to speak at a public meeting. And I think in the 201948, you had members, you had counselors, and you had members of the public. And so that way, if the word's member, we know it's you folks on the dais. If it's a citizen, it's somebody other than you folks on the dais, unless it's a staff member, and then that's staff. And so let's go to the next slide. Conducting of the meeting. This is a non-substantive change. It just codifies the processes you currently have. Participation by citizens. Citizens may provide comments, testimony, and evidence. Times designated as follows: citizens to be heard prior to the council decision of any posted agenda item, and 3, at any posted public hearing as provided below. And then the appearance, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, why would you use the term testimony?
because people can give testimony. If they're giving facts, they're giving testimony. It's not necessarily your sworn testimony.
It's just, I mean, we're going to have, to me, more challenges with this. I want to present this evidence. I mean, sometimes they want to hand us a document about what they're talking, but
Sure.
it sounds a little unusual to me to have the testimony and evidence.
Well, you're thinking of it in the context of sworn testimony in a court of law. What they're doing is that they're giving their side of the story, or what they believe their opinion is on a public policy. And in doing so, they might give testimony. They may give real life experiences where they've experienced something negative in another city based on what you're proposing to do, or they may have experienced something positive in another city. So they're going to give real life experiences, and that's not necessarily sworn testimony. I mean, they could theoretically lie about it, and they're not going to be prosecuted for perjury. But
it's more that just the, the common meaning of it, and I'd rather see it be like comments and opinion.
Okay. Well, I mean, if that's the consensus of the council, we can do that.
I was just, as you were saying this, I was thinking, gosh, I think what happened on the animal ordinance, you gave some testimony and evidence about your chickens, and then do you remember? And then Mr. Jed Hefner, he presented that fact versus myth, so that's what I was thinking about. Comments, testimony, and evidence on that particular agenda item.
We're trying to catch everything.
Yeah.
That's, but if testimony gives you a little anxiety, it's not legally required to put that in there.
Well,
we're just trying to capture everything. But like I said, if it's causing some heartburn, we can take it out.
For testimonials.
Well, testimonials is like when you retire, right? That you get a testimonial.
See, but it's also what your stories.
Mr. Ercon, just for the record, the city secretary actually had sent the ordinance to, when was it?
Franklin, on November 4th.
November 4th, she actually sent it to Franklin for codification,
Which one?
just to correct what you previously said.
1948? Is that you sent that ordinance?
That is correct. 23 ordinances when we do supplements.
But it's not codified.
Yes,
It's
that's
correct.
We don't codify as we adopt. We only codify biannually.
But you let Franklin codify for you?
Correct.
Yes.
Wow. Then it might end up anywhere.
No, it's stated in the ordinance where it was to go.
And we don't codify after every passage of
Yes,
an
sir.
ordinance. She sends, she sent 23 ordinances to Franklin
Okay.
to codify.
Where's 2019-48 codified?
I'll look it up while you continue and I'll let you know.
Okay, because I want to make sure we get it right if we're going to
Wherever our city attorney at the time told us to put it, I can tell you that. I'll let you know though when I pull it up.
Okay. Well, anyway, we're back to testimony. Is testimony in or testimony out?
I say yes, Councilor Bradshaw.
I don't have a problem with the way that it's written. I think we understand the intent. I think Ms. Smart earlier tonight gave testimony of her experience calling 911 and had the response time from Bexar County Dispatch. That's kind of what I get out of it.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay.
Okay, so we're going to move on. So there's one thing that, and this is my fault, because I redlined this, and because I took your ordinance 2019-48 and not knowing that it had already been codified.
And it hasn't been codified. It's been sent to be
sent
codified. Yeah.
And,
So I didn't know if you needed to know that.
It had bullet points. I tried to make little subsections. I missed something in this PowerPoint that I didn't give your city manager and it is a substantive change, and this is one that was asked. And this is what would be section D, conducting meetings, 1, participation by citizens, and then it's capital D, agenda items. Citizens may speak at the conclusion of staff presentation, but before council deliberation on each agenda item after recognition by the presiding officer. And so that's to allow staff to make their presentations, the citizens can hear the presentation, and then provide their comments to council, so that when council deliberates on these matters, council has had all the information available in the room. But that is a substantive change, because in your current ordinance, it doesn't say when they participate. So now the participation will be after staff's conclusion of the ordinance, of presentation of the ordinance, or whatever the agenda item is, and before you all start deliberating. I am so bad with this thing. Someone. All right. Okay, so same drill as before. You recognized by the presiding officer. You have up to 3 minutes to speak. And like I said, you can speak on as citizens be heard, which are still 2, one at the beginning, one at the end, and agenda items and public hearings. This is a restatement of section 1.6, and this is members shall not use devices for the purposes of communicating, including but not limited to emails, text, messaging during a public meeting. And as you all know, that's important, because you don't want to be in a situation where you're communicating about agenda items, because you could be in violation of TOMA if you're doing it electronically and not on the record. Reorganization of section 1.7, section 2, and section 3, non-substantive revisions. This is just about how the mayor is to enforce decorum in the council chamber. Members, staff, and citizens shall not shout, display unruly behavior, distract with side conversations, use profanity, threats of violence, or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. So I want to be clear. This is not to say that citizens cannot express their opinions. Citizens have the absolute right to express their opinions. If their citizen feels like they need to file, air their grievances about the way the city's being run or anything, they have that right. They just have to do so in a respectful manner, so that the quorum of the meeting is not any way impugned. And so the enforcement, these rules of administration are to be enforced by the presiding officer, which is typically the mayor. And I want to say something about that, because I'm still learning how to work with y'all as far as being up there. Your mayor is your parliamentarian. And so if your mayor makes a ruling or doesn't make a ruling, I'm not going to say something unless it causes the city a possibility of have liability or cause a possibility of a TOMA violation. Otherwise, I'm not going to say anything, because this isn't my meeting. I wasn't elected to participate in this. I'm here to give you legal guidance. So if you hear something that you think, well, the mayor, I don't agree with that, raise a point of order and ask the mayor to make a ruling on your point of order. And if you don't like the ruling, appeal it to the rest of your city council, because you all are really governing yourself as far as the conduct of your meeting. And I may not need to have said that to y'all. Y'all may already realize that. I've been in some meetings where that's not the case, and everyone looks at me like I'm the referee, and I'm like, no, I'm really here to ensure that you conduct your meetings in a lawful manner and provide legal advice when I'm asked questions. And so, and I'm glad to do that, but I try to stay away from getting into just the conduct of the meeting if it's not something that's a legal issue. So anyway, like we said, it's the mayor who enforces it. Now here's the big substantive change, and this is really, in my opinion, just a codification of Robert's rules, because Robert's rules says that any member can raise a point of order when they think that the Robert's rules are not being followed, or there's some other irregularity in the meeting. And so this simply says that if any member of council may request a presiding officer address a violation of these rules of decorum in the manner prescribed in subsection F, which was the slide immediately above this one. Should the member believe the presiding officer failed to adequately address the allegation of violation, the member may appeal to the matter to the members of the council. Should the majority of the members of the council present vote to sustain the appeal, the presiding officer shall address the violation, which was the subject of the appeal, in the manner prescribed in subsection F. And so that's just, the mayor is a parliamentarian, but if someone feels like the mayor is not adequately addressing some violation of decorum, they can raise a point of order to the mayor, and the mayor addresses it. That's the end of it. If the person who raises the point of order feels, I don't think that was adequate, they just appeal to the entire body, and then whatever that decision is, it's conclusive, and then it's addressed. And the fiscal impact should be none. I'm so sorry. Okay. Oh, did you do that for me? I just fixed it. All right. Can you always do that for me? Take this away from me. Social equity, having disruptive and unruly council meetings prevents citizens from having their voices heard, and we want to ensure that all citizens feel comfortable and safe in the meeting forum. Economic development, not applicable, and environmental stewardship, not applicable. Okay, turn one more slide, and that's all I have.
Okay.
So.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Urquhart. I do appreciate your presentation this evening. I had sent something to Ms. Kinsler, because she'd given me this about a week or 10 days ago, and I finally got to it. But I was wanting to add, I would like the council to consider adding to the, and I said under F, but I think that's not right, because the numbers changed.
If you mention what
Under
it is,
number
maybe
3, members conduct, it says during public meetings. Well, that's the same thing. A says a member who has spoken should refrain from speaking again, and until each member has had an opportunity to speak. Before that, I just would like the council to consider adding a member of the council should raise their hand first to be recognized by the chair before speaking. I just think it's a little bit more orderly, and it's not in here, so I'd like that consideration. And then I don't know where we put this, but when the counselors add an agenda item, the two counselors add an agenda item, I certainly would like someplace to say, just give us some meat to your agenda, just so we as counselors know or can be better prepared. I just feel like that's just, we can take it or leave it on that one, but I just think it helps in our getting prepared for the meeting. So anyway, those are two considerations. And I know it's late. It's 10:30 almost. So, and this is not this is only the first read. So just think about it, and then we can either add it or ignore it, whatever y'all want to do. All right. Any other questions from the council to Mr. Urquhart or our citizens? Remember, this will be the last time that you'll get to go last, because if we pass these, then you'll go after presentation.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Erkan, you had said, I wrote it down, because the mayor, that's your parliamentarian. I'm not going to interrupt on any decision or ruling that she makes unless there's some type of liability the city may incur or a possible violation of TOMA. And then later you said, I'm here to make sure the city is protected legally and to answer questions when asked. I just wanted to say, as a citizen, I really appreciate that, because our previous legal counsel continued to cut us off routinely and stuff. And so I'm glad that you're here to kind of shift the culture into a more positive direction. So thank you.
Okay. All righty. So with no other questions or comments on agenda item number 8.4, we move to citizens to be heard. And Ms. Joseph, you have something to say? Oh, question, all right.
Something that can be thought about. This goes to council and to Ms. Kessler. I'd like to know,
Ms. Joseph, could you move your, just so, because we can get a good, clear, thank you.
I and some citizens that I've spoken with during our walks would like to know, was there ever a budget adjustment that was granted to Ms. Kessler for the 312 hearings, considering there was so much money spent on that? And can this be placed on the agenda if they don't wish to talk about it at this time?
Those contracts were codified or were solidified by the council.
Because that's not on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
If we deliberate too much on that, we could get in trouble.
Yeah, it's.
You can state but we can't answer because that's citizens to be heard.
Can a citizen ask, do I have to formally ask one of y'all, Ms. Kessler, to put it on the agenda? Because people want to know why that money was, so much money was spent and where it came from. They never heard of a budget adjustment, or from what I understand, she's only allowed to, $50,000 per, and I'm not sure what that goes towards each time.
Okay.
And if it was separated, we continued to keep Mr. Henry on forever and ever, and I never saw any kind of budget adjustment on it. So, Mr. Erkan?
I'm sorry.
Oh.
All I'm concerned about is that TOMA, the purpose for TOMA, Texas Open Meetings Act, is for all the citizens to know what this body's going to talk about, right? And so you can say whatever you want as long as you follow the rules of decorum, but they can only deliberate about things that are on the agenda because somebody that at home may have said, wow, if I knew that they were going to talk about, the 312 hearing budget, I would have come down and listened to that. And so that's why I said that they really can't deliberate about it. They could put it on the agenda. It may be a question that you could just ask, outside of this meeting. You could ask the city manager.
Okay.
We can talk about it outside of the meeting. It's already been on the agenda. That's no problem.
It's already been on the agenda, or it's already going to an agenda? Could you clarify, please? You can't clarify that whether it was on the agenda? Or
I can discuss it with you after the meeting if you'd like.
I'd like citizens to hear that. Has it been something already
I'm going to go ahead and
discussed?
take our city attorney's advice, and I'd be happy to
just bring it
discuss
back
it with you
when I
after the meeting, okay?
Yeah.
Anytime.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
As we're closing down, I'd like to play gardener. I want to plant a seed. I'm on the Economic Development Board, and as we discuss the issue of what was in ordinance number 7.2, authorizing the remodeling of the Civic Center, the Senior Center, I think we were told it hasn't been remodeled since 1997. It's been a number of years. And the subject was raised, well, why can't we think about looking at that more timely and not wait 10 or 15 years until things get into the condition they are now? So I would like to suggest that the city look at keeping this updated as much as possible, because we have the funds in the EDC and we're competing with everybody around us for meeting space. And as it is now, we're losing business because it's not adequate. So we don't want to let it get to the same condition in the future that it is now. So I'd like to ask you all to think about looking at this in a timely manner down the road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So noted. Yes.
Drew Power from Canterfield, I think.
Mhm.
I'm not sure till the neighborhoods get defined. 3 minutes per meeting, 2 meetings a month. I've got 12 months to catch up on. Kidding. I just want to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas, a very Happy New Year. Thank you very, very much for all that you have done for us and this city, and also to you, Chief. It has been much appreciated by myself, and I am unanimous in that appreciation. And I would like to draw your attention, for those that are in charitable moods, to a little-known holiday called Boxing Day.
Oh, yeah.
Which comes after the
First
grand day of the
26th.
25th.
Mhm.
But it is a wonderful opportunity to show your charitable side. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Anyone else? Okay. If there's no further citizens to be heard and no objections, we move to adjourn our city council meeting December 17th at 10:34-ish. Thank you all very much. Have a wonderful Christmas and New Year.